Hello.
Hello there.
Hello. Welcome
Hello,
back
Joe.
to the
How are you?
Oblivion show. I'm Joe E.T. and this is...
Mr. Dolphin, don't you know? Happy
I do.
2025.
Happy
Good.
2025. It's been a minute we haven't been here since
Indeed.
October,
When was the
I
last
think.
show? November?
October? Was it October or November?
It was before Prospect, I know that.
Yeah. Anyways, hello. How are you doing?
Hey.
What's good?
Good, man. Good. It's been busy, right? We did Excel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a real good. That was one of my favorite Excels.
It was
I
a real
think.
good one. Yeah.
The drum and bass room was fire. Yeah, it was great to see Steph playing in the drum and bass room as well, alongside
Yeah, he smashed it.
Blair Oak and and Ed Rush and everybody. It was fantastic. Yeah, I had a great set with Luke as well. That was really good. Yeah, how was your Excel?
Really good. Really good. Really enjoyed the party. It was really good vibe throughout the whole night. Managed to stay pretty much until the end. Felt like shit
You
the
didn't
next
get there
day.
till like 3 o'clock in the morning.
It was a bit earlier than that. I had some things to do there, right? So I couldn't get there too early because the temptation would have led me to be a bit too wrecked too early. But yeah, it was really good. Nice end to the year kind of thing for our scene. And then since that, I've just been really busy with stuff for Hardcore Beer, preparing for Oblivion this year, and really focusing on myself, my training and stuff. So
Good on you.
That's been good. And then I got sick all over Christmas, but still went to see.
Everyone did. Who didn't get
family
sick
and
over
friends.
Christmas? If you didn't get sick over Christmas, you're not doing it right.
I am
I think
subscribed.
everybody had the flu, right?
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody had it at some point. I had a throat infection a glandular bacterial infection throughout the whole of Christmas. It kind of ruined it a bit. But hey ho.
Yeah,
Here we are.
yeah.
And I played at
you do?
Very Speed on the 28th. It was really good. I love playing down there, man.
Yeah, that sound system is so good, isn't it? Yeah,
It's
shout
amazing.
out to Ash and Ben and all the guys and Mike and everybody that helps.
Yeah, and it was
fantastic night, loads of
nice
fun.
to see Mike playing. I always enjoy seeing Mike playing, and nice to just hang with Mike. It's very rare that we get a lot of time together for one reason or another, and when things align like that, it's always cool. So, yeah. And
Nice.
here we are, start of a new year, new projects, new ideas, new outlook, and let's do it.
Yeah.
I guess we should bring our guest in
Let's.
because he's waiting quietly. He's probably one of the first guests that's ever waited completely quietly. So here he comes. Alex, Starving Insect. How you doing?
Good evening, everyone.
Hey,
Hi.
Alex.
How's things?
I'm good. I'm recovered from my Christmas sickness,
Congratulations. Yeah.
so back on track, and very excited to be here.
We're excited to have you
Awesome.
here.
It's great. Yeah, it's great to have you on, man. It's like, we've wanted you on the show for ages. I mean, you've got such a wonderful depth of knowledge, and we're big fans of your music and stuff, and your sets. So yes, this is great to have the opportunity to chat and talk some more
Yeah,
about
we'll see. Maybe I'll ruin it all now.
We're good at doing that ourselves, actually.
Yeah.
So I nearly ruined it
Yeah.
at the start of the show. If anybody saw my one frame fuck up before, I slipped and
Indeed.
pressed the wrong button. So new year, new Joe, right?
Yeah.
So you, I don't want to go too much detail about it now, but you had your stuff at the end of last year with the Prospect release. How did that all go? Because you had like a live show and stuff, and how was it?
Yeah, the live show was really cool. So for those who don't know, I released this EP on Prospect, which also features an audiobook, and the vocals on the tracks on the EP I recorded with a professional voiceover actor. And for the release party in Rotterdam, me and him went to Rotterdam and performed the poetry live. So he was reading the poetry and I was playing soundscapes for it, and then
Amazing.
doing some video shoots and recording DJ set and stuff. And it's I think it's coming out on like the Prospect channels next week. The reading
Awesome.
and the DJ set and stuff.
Cool. Yeah, no, can't wait to check that out.
Yeah, we've got some audio from it, and we've also got some video from it to play later on, so that's good. I guess we should say hello to some people in the chat. Hey Butterfist, hey Jay, hey Hydroxide, RWP, Cicados Vigilia, hope you're good, buddy. I am Ass.
Hello, Ass.
It's quite ironic that those two names were after each other in the list of things to read. Dan Butterfist, I've already said that. Terry Sterner, Coys, Dan, Hardcore for Life NL, Drastic, Random,
Enrico is there.
Yeah, D-Manufacturer, hey Vonda, hey buddy. Anorak is in the chat, hey man. Psy909.
Hey.
Coldfire, he's a Swedish guy.
Yeah, nice.
Hello.
Hey, welcome to the show. Who else
Hello,
do we
Wander.
have?
Hello, Denise.
Hey, Wanda.
Yeah,
Embryonic
Hello,
in the
Jay.
chat as well.
Shout out to
Hey.
my sister.
Hello, Ass.
Who's this with the ass account? Is that their actual name? Do you know this person?
Yeah, maybe it's like a really common first name in like somewhere. I don't know. Shouldn't
In
laugh about
Asland.
Oh, fucking hell.
Assy McAssface.
Yeah. Well, welcome everybody to the show. If you get a moment, please like the stream at the bottom. Please share the stream on your socials, and put a comment underneath the stream. We've got a big show lined up. I've got a whole bunch of exclusive music. I think we've got like 4 or 5 unheard, unreleased tracks to play.
Australia. Amazing.
Australia.
You killed it.
So yeah, now you've completely thrown me fucking off. Shout out from our sponsors, Hardcore Beer. If you go to hardcorebeer.nl and enter the code Oblivion Show at checkout, you will get 20% off your order. Or additionally, the prices have been reduced for Dry January over at Hardcore Beer, so you can get double bonuses if you go over there right now. There's a great selection of beers from a lot of your
If
favourite
you're
brands.
struggling with Dry January, we've got you. Don't worry.
We've got you, don't worry. Double discounts on beer for Dry January. No dramas.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with being a quitter.
Exactly. Shout out to our other sponsors, WeTweak, access and free credits for members. Boom, boom. Now that's over and done with, I guess we can move on with the show. First up on the Oblivion show, as ever, is our New Blood section.
New Blood.
Okay, if you're new to the show, this is where we listen to your submissions and we give feedback. We've got 8 tracks on the New Blood today. First up, Hydroxide, Something Happened to Me Last Night. Let's go.
like I was possessed.
That's good, right?
All right, a little bit about the artist. This track is by Hydroxide. Okay, Hydroxide. I'm a little bit rusty here. Hello, everyone. I'm excited to submit 2 new tracks for your consideration in the New Blood. This one that we've just played is Something Happened to Me Last Night. Both are still unmastered, so any feedback on improvements or overall sound will be greatly appreciated. I've also decided to release a full album rather than an EP, which will include these tracks along with the others previously showcased in the New Blood. I plan to showcase the album on March the 8th at Chain Reaction 2 by Survival. Shout out to Alex, by the way. If anyone would like to remix a track from the album, please feel free to reach out to me. Thank you for listening, and I'm looking forward to your feedbacks. I guess we'll send this to you, Alex, because it's right up your street.
Me, Alex.
Yes.
Oh, you're talking about me. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I love the tempo, obviously. I think the distortion work, the feedback work is like really well done. It keeps like it's a minimalistic track, but it keeps evolving with all these small details. Like it sounds obviously distorted, but in a very controlled manner. I think the vocals are cool. There is some storytelling going on with the vocals, but I can't really hear what people are saying. They could probably be a bit more audible, would help out with making the track more like memorable. And I guess this is a matter of personal opinion or taste, but I think the pitch of the kick is a bit problematic. Like it's really low. It's around like 40 hertz, which is somewhere between E or D sharp. I'm not sure.
It's around an E or a D sharp. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah.
Yeah. And well, the problem with that is that most home speaker systems won't be able to play the fundamental frequency of the bass, and like it doesn't sit in that sweet spot with the bass that like pumps you in the chest when you place the bass around like G or something. But that said, it would be stupid if all tracks were in G just because it works best with subwoofers in contemporary sound systems. But the kick also, I think, it doesn't have a proper, like, there is no interplay with the tail. You don't have that groove that comes with an offbeat tail. You know, like when the kick it just goes like just it's more farty, you know. So it's just like almost like a droning bass rather than this interplay between the kick and the tail. And I think like a kick like this, like if you have a track where the kick sits somewhere around F or G or A, and you have this like more rhythmic offbeat tail to the kick, and then you go into something like this just for like a short section of the track, then it hits really hard. Then it becomes like this oof moment when suddenly the pitch drops and the groove stops and you get this like that's really cool. But for the whole track, I think it's I'm not sure.
Yeah,
it's not my favorite. It's not my favorite pitch.
Yeah, which is interesting because I mean a lot of modern hard electronic music now is veering towards those lower keys, like E's, D sharps, D's, even with a lot of kind of modern bass music and stuff like that. But a lot of what's going on there is that they're layering like upper harmonics and stuff like that. So even on smaller speakers or on your phone, that whole trick with, you know, you may have a sub, but then you kind of layer it over, and you know your brain goes, I know I'm listening to jungle, and even though I can't feel the sub, if I'm hearing those upper harmonics, I know that's a sub. I know it's there, and I fill in the blanks in my head, type thing, right? But yeah, Alex, I think you've covered everything that I was going to say. Actually, the bottom end of the kick was a little problematic, and I think not only could it have done with tightening up, but like you said, a bit of variation in there in terms of like switching up the rumble or whatever you want to call it, the kind of like the bottom end or the tail of the kick would have given it some really nice variation. Everything else you covered really well. I think it is interesting because of the feedback and the soundscapes that kind of keeps it interesting. It never feels monotonous, but it's lacking it's lacking a kind of a bit of a wow moment, really, which you could get, I think, probably from either some kind of you know, subtle switch up, whether that is in the bottom end or
yeah, and I to defend the track, I think like playing this on a proper sound system that does cover these low frequencies, playing this alongside like all the other tracks that are in G, and then you drop this, then that will really hit differently in a really cool way. And there was also some really interesting soundscapes going on in the track. Like there are some spooky pads, but they are really low in the mix, and I think you can definitely push them forward in the mix, and that will automatically give the track more flavor and more variation. Yep.
I mean, there was one part, I can't remember where it was. I think maybe halfway through the track, a slight breakdown, and I thought Joe was fading it out. That you know, the vocals came right down, and I thought Joe's just fading this out here, but that all those vocals needed to be lifted right up and like much more.
It goes back to the storytelling thing, right? That you can't actually hear what it's saying. What's the point in having them there if they're not actually going to serve a purpose?
Well, they can add ambience and kind of, you know, you don't, or you know, it can be a kind of again, you'll get a feel of it, but yeah, it's nice to kind of hear what they're saying if that's the point. It was a really cool track. I did like it. I like the tempo. I like a kind of, what was it, 110 or something? It was kind of like
110,
slow...
and then it did like a double up in the middle, right?
Yeah.
Some quick feedback.
I think it just needed a little transient would have helped here and there as well. Kind of something to make it pop out a little bit more from all of the feedback and the kind of the flowy kind of feel to it.
Yeah. So quick couple of feedbacks from the chat, because these are good ones. Cicados Vigilia says there's the missing fundamental principle though. If you hear the harmonics, our brain tends to fill in the fundamental. I think it will sound very heavy on stage. Cool. Demanufacturer says cool kicks and effects, nice and crunchy, but as a track it doesn't seem to go anywhere. In my opinion, it just goes. Embryonic was loving it, saying all the way through he was saying that he really enjoyed that. And Hydroxide is actually in the chat here, so he says thanks for the feedback. Yes, the pitch is lower than usual, but I kind of liked the distortion it created. With a higher pitch it would have sounded quite different. Okay, well, it's really good cool. Yeah, it's really cool. Keep up the great work. I'm curious to see what comes from this and from what comes from the album, etc. Always a pleasure to play your music, and we hope to see you again soon. Cheers, man.
Keep it slow.
Keep slow. The summer of doom is coming, right? Next up, we have Rupture with Sufferance. Let's go.
The secret is everyone's miserable. They're just looking for the chance to forget it.
All right, a little bit from the artist first. Imagine this: you're 12 years old, walking around the store with your parents, and you stumble across a whole section filled with tasty industrial hardcore. You really want some and ask Mum, Dad, can we please buy some industrial hardcore? It looks really good. Your mum chuckles and says, don't worry, my little munchkin, we have industrial hardcore at home. And that night, you all smile at the dinner table, consuming fresh-made distorted kicks and realising that this maybe tasted better than the store-made hardcore you were craving in the afternoon. I like to think of my music as industrial hardcore at home. It might not look or sound as flashy as the hardcore you find in the convenience store, but at least you know it's made with love. And if we're being honest, isn't the real industrial hardcore the friends we made along the way? That's cute. That being said, here's a preview of one of my new tracks. I experimented some more with evolving synths and harmonies, and I'm excited to hear what you all think of it. Thanks, Vinny. You always make me laugh, bro. Respect.
Yeah.
Mr. Starving Insect first. Go.
So, mom's home-cooked industrial hardcore, right?
Yeah, exactly. Deep fried.
Like, first of all, I think this is interesting. Like, would you agree this is industrial hardcore?
No. I mean, no.
Ish. I think it sits on like the border from techno to hardcore.
Well, I don't even know what industrial is anymore. It's
no,
like,
I think that's the point. Like, would you even argue that this is hardcore?
No, I don't think it's hard. Well, the lines are a bit blurry depending on who's trying to sell what, right?
It's got a techno. It's got a techno in there. Whether it's industrial,
yeah, it's definitely got a techno in there.
Techno. It's in that.
But
Yeah.
it's not. But it's but
it's
like,
industrial techno, right?
We're just trying to squeeze it into a pigeonhole, aren't we? I mean, it's...
yeah, I think the point here is that like
Someone's written in the chat. Here goes the next 3 hours.
Yes, buckle up. So I think like this is musically, this might not be what traditionally is defined as hardcore or as industrial hardcore, but subculturally, this is industrial hardcore.
Mm-hmm.
Like it belongs to the industrial hardcore subculture, and that is something you can hear in the music that is less tangible than the more like shallow aspect of what makes a genre a genre. And I think I really like the evolution, like the last few years, that industrial hardcore has become sort of like this umbrella term. Sometimes some people are using the term alternative hardcore, but I think industrial hardcore is a better, like, is a more selling name. And I think it's fine to incorporate everything from like maybe almost from doomcore to technoid stuff to UK hardcore and call it all industrial hardcore. Like I think it's a good packaging to the rest of the world. But anyway, the track.
Oh, that doesn't matter anymore. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is like totally my cup of tea. This totally sounds like something I could play or even make myself. The atmosphere is great. I think there's great storytelling in the track. I like that the sound design, the soundscape, the synthesizers get a lot of room in there. It's really atmospheric. But like, and there's some great work with the percussion as well. It's not too minimalistic. Like there's always something happening, something going on. Really nice. Some like improvements that could be made. I think like the first synth riff, the one that goes just or something like that, could be much louder in the mix, and also like just put a lot more like some sidechain reverb or delay or something. Like it could sound a lot bigger, and it would be even cooler. I think the kick design needs a lot more work. It's good that it's a short kick because it adds a lot of room for the other sounds. And that's one of the things I think is I think is the beauty of more doomy and slower music, that if you have these short kicks in a slow track, there is so much that can happen between the kicks. But still, like this kick, it sounded a little wumpy. There was no proper punch, like a talk to it. But there was no really like it could benefit from some rolling bass or something, like just a little bit more work on the kick, I think.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah.
The Rupture's in the chat. Hey, dude, and he says that the whole track's almost 7 minutes long, and this is just like the first section of it, like the first 3 minutes, and it does get more aggressive as it goes on. So sorry, but we have to edit for content to make things flow. But I mean, it doesn't take away from the fact that it was very good, in my opinion.
Yeah. It was really cool. There was lots of nice sections on it. There was lots of interesting, different kind of patterns and rhythms and riffs and stuff like that kind of kept it interesting. Again, I'm agreeing with you, Alex. It was like a little bit more work on the kick. It was nice that it was a shorter kick, but at the same time, it felt like it lacked a bit of depth and a bit of polish on it. It felt kind of like more commercial in a good way, that it was like very accessible in a way that everyone could kind of pick something out, whether, from different, whether you were a kind of a techno head or just a kind of a, more of a, an industrial head, you would kind of go, okay, I can dig that. There's something there. It's not too cheesy. It's kind of relatable. And some of the synths could definitely do with lifting to kind of, really pull it to the front. One of my favorite plugins of last year was part of the Neutron 5 bundle. There was a part of that called Density, a plugin in that called Density. And what that does is it's like an upwards compressor. So if you put it on plucks or kind of like small scattered noises, things like that, really pulls them up, makes them big. It's like, that kind of big, huge, takes small sounds and makes them big. Beautiful plugin, really, really cool for stuff. So things like that, like stab noises, plucks and stuff, suddenly they become like, you used to have to do the trick where you put reverb on and then compress the reverb and suck everything up and then sidechain that so you didn't get all washed out when the next hits came on and things. But Density and a lot of those new isotope plugs and stuff like that, they've got adaptive, it's almost like self-sidechaining, like the reverbs and the delays. Really cool. I love that stuff because I always end up just sidechaining the shit out of that. Anyway, I'm getting off on a tangent. But yeah,
but I think like there are like definitely the first synth riff could definitely benefit from some like of that sucking reverb, because there was enough space between the stabs, so you could really, there is room for that reverb to build. Yeah.
But really cool stuff, Vinny. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff in there to like. It's like say it's a very accessible track that a lot of people are gonna like. Yeah. And it's just icing on the cake stuff, really, just to kind of go, just these little things would really kind of just take it up that extra 10%.
But Vinny, I think it. Oh, sorry, Joe.
Go ahead.
No, okay. So I think it has like, and this is something that I think a lot of New Blood tracks like suffer from, is maybe too harsh, but like it shows that maybe you're relatively new to producing, is that too much is going on at the same time, and you're introducing new stuff in the music without properly building up to it or introducing it, and that is something that could totally like make or break a hook. Like, and in this track, there is a lot of new elements introduced all the time. Like there is a second synth riff, but this sort of just like builds in there, and all of a sudden you're in it, and that it's a wasted opportunity. But because the second synth riff is really cool, and if you had like had a short break, or having like the kick transition into like a high pass filter, or washing all the sounds out in reverb or something, and then going into the second synth riff, then it would hit much harder. True. That is sort of what can make a hit thing for a song, I think.
Yeah. That impact. Yeah.
Really, Vinny is probably the most consistent people in the New Blood. I think his stuff is always really, really towards the very good end. So don't let any of the negatives that we've said here if you see them as negative, knock you, because you're really fucking good, dude. So keep going.
Yeah, I mean, this is only kind of like positive criticism. You know what I mean?
Polishing
it's like how to take something
elements,
good.
right?
And,
it's
yeah,
the last kind of icing on top of what you're doing. It's really a good standard. So keep going, man.
Definitely,
really good shit. Yeah, wicked.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to keep moving. Next up, Noizequake, Whispers in the Shadows. Let's go. Little bit about Noizequake. But first, some hellos to people in the chat. Hey Mikos, hey Antones, hey John Pert. Saw you all come in, didn't say hello before. How are you doing? Right, bit about Noizequake. Hey, it's me, your favourite speedcore Venus Schnitzel from Austria. I just love when people discover my stuff and listen to it. I hope you like it and give some feedback. I still have so much to learn. In the past few months, I've been really interested in making hard techno stuff, but I've always come back to speedcore, industrial, or doomcore. I also like to combine genres, because who really cares about those silly boxes? Yeah, Alex. I can't really listen to all my inspirations. I can't really list all of my inspirations. All of your music inspires me. I'm going to Greg first.
So some really nice stuff in the track. I really like the synth. It could have done with maybe a little more variation in it, but I really like the kind of the line, the hook. Cool breaks. Could have done with a bit more, maybe a little bit more transient pop in them. Again, that Neutron 5 bundle has got that's the best transient shaper, multi-band transient shaper I have played with for a long time. Would recommend. Bit of that on the breaks would make it really pop a bit nicer. My biggest problem was with the kick. The upper mids of the kick just it felt really flappy, and it was messing with everything else with the breaks and all sorts of other stuff. It felt kind of like loose and woolly, and the stereo felt a bit weird on it as well. I don't know whether it was just me how I'm listening to it, but the kick just, the bottom end was okay, and the punch was decent, but the whole kind of mids and tops just didn't feel right. They didn't feel like they sat right. They didn't feel like they had the right kind of rhythm, like movement in them to kind of match the feel of the track. So I really like what's going on in the track, but I think it needs a different kick for me. to make it sound solid and really kind of give it the what the track deserves. I think the kind of feel and the drive that it would get from a stronger kick, in my opinion. But I love the groove. I really like that the melody and stuff as well. Over to you, Alex.
It was good. No, apparently I talk too much. Yeah, I think to be more concrete about the kick, the tail is too loud in relation to the kick, like the punch, and especially it's too wide. Like,
yeah, way too wide.
I think it's fine to have the tail wide, like in stereo, but it's very wide, and the punch is super mono, which makes it sound really disconnected. It really doesn't sound like a consistent kick. It sounds like a short whomp in the middle, and then some weird bassy whoosh following it. So I think just reducing the stereo spread on the tail and maybe balance the punch and the tail a bit better would make a huge difference for the mix. And then maybe also do some EQ carving in there, because it sounds like there's a lot of stuff fighting about the same frequency range in there, like sort of all in the middle somewhere, which is a bit difficult. Maybe scoop the kick a bit, like leave the mid range for the amens and stuff, and have the kick more smiley face EQ or something.
Yeah. Joe, you're on mute.
Yes, I am. Some similar feedback in the chat as well. Yeah, a lot of people picking up on the EQ and the fighting in the mid-range. The kicks need work. The manufacturer says the melody is crunched quite a bit by the compression. Cold Fire Lude says, I love the melody, but it's a bit too wobbly for my speakers. Tone down the frequency or the static a bit and let the melody through a bit more. Yep. Yeah, I think the general feedback is that the kicks aren't sitting well with the rest of the track and probably stealing a load of the mid-range.
Yeah, it could benefit a lot from some work on the kick for sure. Yep.
Good stuff though.
Yeah.
Thanks for submitting, and we hope you come back again. Next up, we have got Piecemaker with Lifetime of Agony. Let's go. Piecemaker. Little bit from them. Hi, my name is Johan, also known as Piecemaker. I'm a producer, DJ from Sweden, who has been on a break from releasing hardcore-related music since COVID. My submitted track is called Lifetime of Agony, and it's a frantic crossbreed / breakcore inspired track at 200 BPM, featuring vocal samples from old school horror movies. I draw a lot of inspiration from different styles of music, but when it comes to hardcore related genres, I take significant influence from industrial / UK hardcore and some modern takes on old school hardcore and terror. When I'm not making music, I work as an acoustics consultant, which also includes working with industrial noise. If you like what you hear, check out my previous releases on Spotify and DJ mixes at peacemaker.se. Is this a friend of yours, Alex?
Yeah, we're acquaintances at least. He's a veteran in the Swedish hardcore scene. Skitbra jobbat, Johan. So he's been around on the Swedish West Coast scene since the millennium, and really talented producer, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Who wants to go first?
Okay, you may as well just go straight into it, mate.
Yeah, sure. I think that I think this is really high quality production. Like, this isn't exactly my genre, so I don't really have the ear for the style, but to my ears it sounds really well produced. I think he does right what I've been already like feedbacking to the tracks. Like, the kick is really well balanced. This track also, like, this kick also has a stereo, like a wide tail, but it's much better balanced. It's like it's not too wide. It's like it adds like a nice width to it, but not too much. And like the introduction of new elements in the track is done really well. Like, things are properly introduced. They're built up. When something new is introduced in the track, all the other elements go away, which is really cool. Yeah, really well done. I think like, if I have any constructive feedback to this, maybe sometimes it gets a little bit cluttered, like a bit too much going on at the same time.
Exactly.
Like, the automation work is great, but if you keep it like to one sound at a time, when you're doing these micro automations or like sound effect stuff, and like, if you have a cool snare, just take the bass out for that snare, or like one sound at a time instead of everything all at once.
Yeah, it felt a little bit like it was tripping over itself a little bit in some places, where it just, the edits could be a little bit more simple and still have the desired effect, I think.
Yep. Yeah.
What do you reckon, Greg?
And that was the thing, that the intro and the middle breakdown were both, it was just like, I loved the vibe and what was going on, but it was just, cluttered is a word for sure. The mix down just needed a bit of space. They needed, the elements needed to breathe. And whether that is sometimes less is more. Do you really need everything in there? Do you really need a busy pattern, or can you, drop out a few of those kicks and still get the same feeling?
Yeah.
And then a bit of kind of mixed down trickery, really, to give it a bit more room to breathe and things like that in those really busy parts, like the intro and the middle breakdown. But the kicks were great, real nice impact. I mean, they were solid kicks. He obviously knows what he's doing. Had loads of impact. Had a great vibe, kind of like a party feeling once it kicked in.
Yeah.
There was a real weird bit of percussion going on that was out of time. It was like I don't think it was even in any kind of like time. It just felt like it was like, it's one of those ones that was just trinkling away, like a kind of click. But it didn't seem to be locked into any kind of groove, and it like really spun my head when I focused in on it. I was like, where's that one going?
Yeah.
And it distracted me from the groove of the kick. So usually I wouldn't mind stuff like that. It's nice to have something that's organic, that adds texture and layer. But if it pulls you away from the kind of like the thing that you're supposed to be focusing on, sometimes that can be more of a distraction than a addition.
Yeah.
That was just me being nerdy, picking that something out. But I loved the vibe. It was a really cool track.
It reminded me of old,
like right in my wheelhouse. Lots of fun. Throw your beers.
Yeah. Reminded me of old rotator, repeater kind of stuff, and old technoist kind of vibe. Stuff like that. It was really, really energetic, breakcore-y, hardcore-y kind of crossover. If you want to have someone to reference who's doing that exceptionally well nowadays, it's Nagasaki, and he's normally in the chat. So if you're listening, Mr. Piecemaker, go and check out Nagasaki's stuff, especially the faster stuff that he released at the end of last year, the breakcore stuff, because that's exceptionally well done. Good shit. Really enjoyed it. Thank you very much for submitting. Next up, we've got OKKOTO, Hostage. Let's go. And a big thanks to Sign909 for doing gifted subs in the chat. Respect. Bit about the artist. This is OKKOTO or OKKOTO. I'm not sure which way I would pronounce that, but I produce electronic music and metal since 10 years, and I already released a lot of hardcore tracks under several different alias like Iridium or Blood Betrayers. Since last year, I quit Iridium. I won't go into the details of that. I now play and release most stuff mostly by myself in Berlin. Let me know what your feelings are about the track. So this is Alex, who was 50% of Iridium before, from my understanding.
It's not exactly new blood then, really, is it? I mean, this
well,
is
he
kind
submitted,
of
so
pretty well. Yeah, I mean, but it's he's pretty well established. I mean, we could have played that in What's Hot, to be honest, something like that. And that's not a criticism. That's a compliment. It's a solid track. It's he obviously knows what he's doing. We could pick tiny little holes in it, but he's it's a solid, well polished tune.
So did he record the vocals and the guitars?
Likely, yes.
Yeah,
I believe so. Yeah,
then it's
very Iridium thing to do. Yeah.
Yeah, they used to do the guitar thing live on stage, right?
Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, I mean, it's not a lot really I can say. It's a solid track. It's like well made, put together. There's it's nice sections, nice vibe, something interesting. You can tell it's like it's got a live kind of feel to it with the guitars and vocals and stuff. So yeah, I mean, I don't have much else to add really. To be fair.
Anything from you, Alex?
So yeah, there were some weird stereo things going on in the kick. Like the at the beginning, at the tail of the kick was like part of the tail was like totally to the right, which
oh wow, I didn't notice that
which
one.
was weird, but it tickled my brain a bit, so I sort of liked it. No, I think it was pretty well balanced. Like mixing, people keep mixing metal and hardcore, and it's really difficult to do it well because it you can't have a distorted kick drum and a distorted guitar at the same time because it's eating the same frequency spectrum, and when it's done well, like in the early 90s, like the industrial strength stuff. Disciples of Annihilation or Lenny D stuff. What they did was
speedcore.
Yeah. So what they did was that they like pitched the guitars up. So they weren't like playing at the drop D or something. It was much higher in pitch, and also like EQ'd and distorted really buzzy. So it was more like a almost hi-hatty sound to it. Like you couldn't really hear the melody of the guitar. And when you have like in this track, it's more like a traditional metal guitar production with an amp or an amp simulator, and that muddles the guitar in a way that I think is really difficult to mix with hardcore production. I think it's easier to balance if you play the guitar ampless, like just use the direct input from the guitar. I guess this is a matter of taste again. But like Nanostorm did this really cool track that was released on Aurora Mortem like a year ago that was called My Name is Blasphemy. That has this really, really nice black metal vibe to it. And the guitar on that track is totally ampless. So it sounds like Burzum or something. Black metal that is recorded by like this really harsh trebly sound, and that works really well in an industrial hardcore production because it doesn't get the muddy sound that an amped guitar gets. So now I'm talking a lot again.
Yeah, it's all good.
No, it's good. Not going to complain at you giving good feedbacks. Come on, man. It's okay.
Yeah. But I think this was pretty well balanced. But yeah. It's a difficult endeavor to take on mixing metal guitars in with distorted kick drums.
Yep. Also tried that recently, and it was very difficult. Okay, well, feedback is it was great. Not sure it was maybe pitched correctly in the New Blood, but there we go. Let's move on. Thanks, Alex. Appreciate not Alex. Thanks, Alex, the artist. OKKOTO.
You don't appreciate me?
We'll see. We'll see if we get to the end of the New Blood first. Next up, we have got Noizequake with Class Traitor. Let's go.
Great name.
Just we stop to search for a dirty pig, mate, yeah, for no reason. Piss off, you dirty pig! Piss off! Dirty pig! Dirty pig!
I throw a Molotov cocktail at the precinct.
You don't trust the police.
Now when I show you out of order, you don't know what out of order is, Mr. Trash. I'd show you, but I'm too old. I'm too tired. I'm too fucking blind. If I were the man I was 5 years ago, I'd take a flamethrower to this place.
Are you finished with the play?
No, I'm just getting warmed up. Why is everything that feels good illegal?
The fuck up, yeah? Don't ever knock on my door or come in my house again, you little pig bastard.
Police community support officer. Go become a real officer. Where's your warrant at? All you are is a glorified supergrass. That's all you are.
All right, a little bit about Noizequake. I'm Noizequake from Sheffield, part of Chuffing Noise Sound System and Records. I've been producing and DJing for over 20 years with tracks out on Suckpuck Records, Ukraine, and Sick Weird Hard, Germany, but mainly focusing on the free party and squat scene in the north of the UK. I now play live sets, mixing and DJing and mashing up tracks and playing live Eamon's breaks over the top on a launchpad. My biggest influences are the 2000 and 2010 breakcore Ragga Jungle, like Peace Off Records, Breakcore Gives Me Wood, Life for Land, Mandem Sound, £10 Sound, mixed with hardcore, terror, speedcore from the same era. I hear that. I also play acid techno under the name Gior with a squat collective called Section 80, plus a new sound system, Northern City Techno. All right, people in the chat were calling out, sounds like Bristol. It reminds me of Bristol. Not far wrong. It's a similar kind of vibe, right? Yeah, you can definitely hear the influences in there. I felt that the breaks could have been pushed a bit harder. But the vocal samples were really loud, actually, in comparison to the rest of the track, and you can actually see it. At least you could hear what they were saying. Yeah, you could hear what they were saying, which is a plus point. But when you see the spikes from the vocals in the waveform like that, it's a telltale sign that the rest of the track could probably be brought up, and you could hear it like that. But I liked it for what it was. I would definitely throw my red stripe about to it if I was in a rave. What do you think, Greg?
I mean, it was literally classic 2010 breakcore, wasn't it? Eamon's and
Squat Party breakcore, mate.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you referenced to a 2010 track for most of the part, like all that kind of like all the Carnage stuff and things like that, it would probably been very, very, very similar in terms of how it sounded. It sounded kind of like it was 10 years old. At least 10 years old. There was loads of good bits in it. There was lots of fun. I like when people put like one recognizable stab or sound into it, and he used it twice. The BDP South Bronx stab. He banged that in a couple of times. But yeah, loads of fun samples that somehow, I'm not sure they all made some kind of sense to be there. Like the Scent of a Woman sample was kind of like I love that, and I actually watched that again last year. I mean, I love that film, but yeah, kind of with all the other samples, did it really make sense? Did it kind of like add to the story? And I love the sample, but it was like there was just so much happening. The breaks needed they were really nice chops, but it was flat as a sausage, squashed as a sausage. You know, there was nothing really popping out anywhere, and the bass was very, almost felt like a tracker, where it was just pumping out the same bass over and over and over and over again with no automation, no extra movement to it and stuff like that. So nowadays, I say nowadays, but you know, everybody's a lot more mindful of making things move all the time. You know, I think that's one of the things that came out of drum and bass, was that we're always thinking about how do we keep movement through tracks, even when we've got repetition going on, like even whether it's just gentle or hi-hats or something, soundscapes or whatever it is in the background that's stopping it feeling this is the same thing over and over and over again. It felt like that with the bottom end. But it was a fun track. I liked it, and it was classic breakcore, I think, really, is what I'd say. Yeah. Alex, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, for what it was, I think it's a lot of fun. I think I like the vocal samples. Like, there wasn't like a totally consistent theme. I guess the theme was, we don't always love the police and their methods.
Yes.
But I did like that. Like, it alluded to it, but it wasn't on the nose. Which is cool. Like the title, Class Traitor, also hints and something like, I like it, like make breakcore anarcho-communist again, you know. But yeah, like the manufacturer had some good points in the chat, and I agree. Just adding some variation to the bass, like some different notes, would make a lot of difference. Like, it doesn't have to be complex, just more notes than one.
Yes.
And also, like, chop the vocals up a bit, and maybe have like some word being repeated rhythmically or something. Would add a lot more nuance to the track. But yeah.
I think it was a lot of fun. I think it sounds like he's having fun, and that's the main thing. And if you've ever been to one of those parties, the chuffing noise parties, it's right at home there. But some room for improvement, absolutely. Thanks to Megalodon and somebody else, Dan, who have super chatted. There's a new feature in the chat which I'm testing out. So I've set a goal for super chats, which means you can like chuck a couple of euros into the tin, and if we achieve the goal within a certain amount of time, we have to do something. So I've said that we'll reveal the next show guest if we meet that goal. We've got 2 out of 5 so far. Just testing it out, so whatever.
So I don't get it. What is, like, it says 10-hour Oblivion show with ID and Starving Insect.
That's what they want. That's what they want for a 10-hour show would be completely fucking possible with you and Frank, I think.
Oh my God,
maybe we should do that one day. Maybe we should do like one of those 24-hour stream things and collect a load of money for charity and just like wheel guests in one after another and have them talk, play music and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll do the last hour, Greg, yeah? Just rock up a lot.
Yeah, I'm in. Yeah, just wake me up when it's time to go.
Shout out to Nanastorm, who arrived in the chat. And Miss Potato, I saw you lurking there as well. Welcome.
Hello,
hey guys.
dude.
Nice to see you. We've got 83 people watching. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Make sure you subscribe and like and leave a comment and all of that shit, because it's dead useful. Thank you. Next
also,
up.
the chat is half Swedish now.
Yeah, there's a lot of Swedish people in there, I see. That's great.
So this is what it feels like.
Crew.
Yeah, it's like for Dutch people. Now you know what it feels like for make breakcore anarcho-communist.
Oh, wow.
Again. That's a great
goal.
goal.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we've got enough super chats. Hold on. Randy just donated $20. Thanks, Randy.
Wow.
Butterfist donated 20. Yeah, make breakcore anarcho-communist again. And Jay, this message cost 2. Okay, so I guess now's a good time to, since we've done it, we have to reveal the next guest, right? Okay, I wasn't ready for that, but I can do it. Next show, we have Yapo, aka Unexist, on Thursday, the 20th of February. And that is 1 week before the new MILLENIUM event, which
I'm in there.
Yeah, you are. And we're going to give away 2 tickets to this event at the end of the New Blood. So we'll come back to that. But next show, Yapo, aka Unexist, will be joining Greg and I on the show on the 20th of February. Boom.
Awesome.
There you go. Pay your money. You get what you asked for. Right. Deficit, close Coffin. Next up on New Blood. Let's go.
kick, don't ever confuse it with others. There ain't nothing like this. That rap, it be the most morbid. After we finish what you get, you'll need a closed coffin. Like this. I'm the last of the dying breed. This means you must be dying to bleed. Represent much more rugged than you. Some death rap shit. Dying to bleed.
All right. That was a bit mental, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That is Deficit. Deficit is from Japan. Crossbreed and hardcore and drum and bass producer from Japan, influenced by various types of music. I began my career by winning the open call for the album Violation, hosted by the Japanese crossbreed hardcore and drum and bass label Aggression Audio in 2018, and released my first track, Generator. Since then, I have planned and released several EPs under Aggression Audio. In 2025, I plan to further evolve my sound by conducting in-depth research and intensifying my musical activities. Nice. And this was actually submitted as a two-part thing with Holly, but we never had Deficit on the show before, so we chose the Holly track from that. But the Holly was also good, and I think these are scheduled to be released as well. What do you think, Greg?
Really cool. I mean, there's those. I struggled a little bit with the kick. Like, I don't know whether it was just like not quite enough mids in there, enough power through the mids or something. I don't know. It felt a little bit scooped. It felt like a little weirdly stereo. I don't know whether it was the whole mix or the kick, but yeah, it felt like a little, maybe a little phasey or something. There was something weird going on there. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I don't know what it'd be like if it claps down to mono, but I feel it may be a bit weird. Some solid production choices. I mean, he knew how to kind of have the right elements right at the front. It was like, here's a solid kick, here's the breaks, here's the kick, here's the breaks, and then the things that sat on top of it were kind of well placed and brought in at the right times, I felt. So it had a lot of like, let's go crazy, a lot of energy, a lot of, you know, really kind of exciting parts to it. That, oh, sorry, my cat was just
That's okay.
Yeah, it was well produced in terms of like the thought behind all the elements and where things should go and how it was sequenced and stuff to give it as much impact as possible. I think there was for me there was just something a little weird with the stereo field or something like that was going on. But I don't know, Alex, did you pick up anything like that? Did it feel a bit weird?
Yeah, I think there's the problem with it. No, not with the stereo image. I didn't pay attention to that. But I think a problem with the kick is that the tail is much more powerful than the punch. And that's an easy fix. Just get a more powerful punch, and it would be super cool. But right now it's more tail than punch.
It made it like throbby, right?
Yeah,
you get that. But that's you
like
get a lot
French
of energy
core
from
kind
that,
of
don't you?
throb. Yeah.
But
it felt like it would have benefited from a little kick switch or just a change from that. But maybe that was the intention, to make it kind of have a throb throughout. But I feel like a change would then allow that to have an impact coming back in. When something carries on like that for so long, it just, I don't know, it can lose its impact. And to just reel it in a little bit and then widen it up again, it could be like really good.
Sure, but I also think like sometimes we overwork the kick design and the kick variations. Like in this case, the kick was the same all the time, but there were a lot of variations happening with the percussion and synths and stuff, and they were happening one at a time, which I like. It was not everything at the same time,
Totally.
and that did I think that did create a variation good enough that you don't have to do that much with the kick. Maybe some mixing could be improved. There's a screech synth somewhere in the middle of the track, but it's really low in the mix. Just putting that up some more would make it even more varied. So
yeah, I think you're right. Maybe either a second kick or a little bit of variation or something to make it like I kind of lost a bit of by the, I don't know, second half of the track or the second half of what we listened to. I kind of felt like I'd heard pretty much all of it, all of the track, that I wasn't going to get much more from it.
just some variety in kicks in the turnarounds, just like a little, just dipping in and out, something like that could do it, just to make it a little bit interesting, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, because it could, well, that brings in a kind of like, are they going to use this? You know, if you have some different kicks in the turnarounds and stuff, you kind of get that. Are they going to use that later on again?
And then it gives you the license to actually go and do that. So that could be the trick, to introduce the element and then bring it in later on, perhaps.
Yeah. That's a great idea.
Yeah. Nevertheless, good shit. Really liked it.
Fun.
Good fun, definitely. And it's nice to see people from Japan sending music in. I like the fact that we're really international here, so big up, man. Thanks very much for submitting. You guys may have noticed that I've put another one of these things in the chat for the Super Chats thing. If we get another 5, I'll reveal the next Oblivion release. So if you want to hear that straight away, then feel free, whatever. Next up and last.
It's like pay for my secrets. Is that what's going on here?
It's a new feature, so I just clicked it. It's one of them, isn't it?
It's not quite the same as when we were doing shots, is it? I mean,
well, we can bring that back, but it didn't always end so well.
It didn't end well, did it? It ended up with some
especially not in January.
Yeah, some problems that lasted for many years in some cases.
Let's not talk about that. Last on the new blood, BeatRepeat, one men band. Let's go.
my face and a sunburn rushing. All the others speaking, girls be tweaking, walking off the drums 'cause the snare be peaking. World's most hated, you better be rated, making you mad and I'm elated. Big single beta, no bad, I'm greater. Trouble and swallow that go in Terminator. You fall for a quiver, very a silver, transform, trapped it, not a needle silver. Bloodshot steel, MC steel, making these strip salad, not part of my meal. Belly drum here, kids and dinner, ain't false metal and I'm not bullshit. Always wanna kiss, try to rock, but it ain't like this.
Okay, a little bit about BeatRepeat. Hailing from the underground hardcore and gabber scene of Berlin, BeatRepeat has become a rising force in the world of hardcore, terror and gabber. However, a few years ago, his passion fell in love with UK hardcore. With his 31 years, he spent nearly half of his life for this kind of music. His journey began at the age of 16 when he first stepped behind the decks, inspired by the high-energy sounds of legendary artists like Hellfish, Akira, The Speed Freak, and many more. By 20, his passion evolved into music production, where he channeled his love for pounding bass drums and relentless rhythms into his own unique sound. Today, BeatRepeat is proud to be the youngest member of the iconic Gabber Nation Records, a collective... Hold on, I'm missing some text. A collective renowned for pushing the boundaries of underground hardcore gabber music. Notably, he released his debut track Zombie Ground, a powerful collaboration with Beagle and Miss Nightcat on prestigious GGM digital label. The track was part of the GGM versus Gabber Nation, showcases his skill crafting intense, powerful bass drums that blow brains out of party people. Okay, that was a lot. What do you think, Greg? I think you're the best qualified to give feedbacks here.
I don't know about that, but very Hellfish vibes, 2010 kind of thing, like kind of very, very death chanty. Very almost like iconic kind of Hellfish style kicks, that kind of with the throb, the groove in it and stuff like that. Iron Man guitar and vocals. The vocals needed to be louder.
Yeah.
In the mix, especially when the kick was playing, you kind of completely lost the vocals at times and stuff, and just fell into the into the kick. That needs to be lifted up and out and stuff. You know, that's nowadays just smash OTT on your vocals, and you know you get that extra bit lift and it sits up in the mix load. There's all sorts of other things you can do, but if you're lazy, just bang an OTT on it. I like the groove. It was very death chanty. I mean, it wasn't trying to do anything new. It was just a kind of a take on that particular Hellfish style. I think the kind of 2010 kind of DC vibe. Yeah, I liked it. It was a fun track, but it was not really bringing anything new to the table, I don't think.
Alex?
Yeah, so this isn't really my style, but I think there were a lot of kicks in this one, and some worked, some did not work as well. Going back to the guitar discussion, there was definitely some harmonic clashes between the guitars and some of the kicks that had really harsh mids in the crunch. But some other kicks were much more scooped out and it worked better. And because the first kicks I thought were really cool. Those were more short, old school gabber kicks. And I was sort of disappointed when it transitioned into this Frenchcore or UK hardcore offbeat thing. Then it became more generic. Overall, a bit unbalanced mix, not just the rap. There were more elements that added variation and depth to the track, but everything was, again, fighting about the same space in the middle.
Yeah. And it's not hard to kind of, like say, just, there's some quick and dirty tricks just to lift that stuff out of that space, or, track spacer or whatever, to scoop some space in other elements to kind of clear things out. So either pull it up or kind of scoop out, and either way, you know, you'll get more clarity in your mix and stuff.
Yeah, to finish and accomplish his vision, because I mean, some of the, let's say, more negative or not positive comments here are that this isn't anything original, this isn't anything new. But regardless of that, this is his vision of what he wants to create. So,
I mean, that's not a necessarily a bad thing. I mean, the breakcore track we heard was very, you know, kind of it doesn't have to add new things. It doesn't have to be something that pushes the scene along for it to be a valid piece of art at all.
You missed my point. So that aside, the feedback that you're giving with regards to the plugins will allow him to accomplish the final version of his vision. Hopefully that feedback is useful. That's where I was going to with that.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, you're no. Okay.
And finally, I think just do what the manufacturer says in the chat. He always has good suggestions, and he says leave out the guitars during the chord. Just use it in the breaks. That's a great point. It doesn't have to be playing all the time. Just put it in the breaks. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
One thing at a time.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, well, that brings us to the end of this month's
New Blood.
Well played, everyone.
New Blood, well played, everyone. There's a few people whose tracks didn't make it. I'm sorry, we had to cut quite a lot. Some people submitted a bit late as well. Vicious, I see you in the chat. You were one of them. The track was very good, actually. Please submit for the next show with Unexist, and it will go in. Okay, you have my word. Jay, make a note of that because it was good and it needs to go in the next show.
I'm sorry, I didn't reply to your email. Sorry, I'm rubbish at replying to emails. To Vicious.
Okay, but it looks like we're completely jogging him on. Like, reply his email and your track will be on the next New Blood, right? Jay, make a note, buddy. Yeah. Okay, so that is the end of the New Blood. I got a little bit of propaganda to do. If you guys need the toilet, then feel free. We didn't hit the goal in the chat for the next Oblivion release.
What the fuck?
I know, right? But I'm gonna do it anyway because I'm not chasing that money. I just wanted to do some hype. Next Oblivion release will be from Igor. This will be a vinyl release. It will be 4 tracks and it will be out as soon as possible. You may have already heard me playing these tracks or Ignian System playing these tracks out live. They are absolute fucking wrecking balls. First time we've done 4 tracks on a vinyl as well. Will be a 10-inch vinyl still, but these were all so good, they've got to go on the release. It'll be a digital release. There will be merchandise, etc., etc., etc. So more news coming on that soon. Keep an eye on the socials, all right? While we're in a little bit of a break between sections, I wanted to pay some attention to the Oblivion Underground channel, the membership subscription scheme. You may see that Sai gifted some subs before. Basically what this is a monthly thing that we do that allows you to be a little bit more involved in the channel and help us with building the channel, getting better guests, getting better equipment, etc., etc. And you can join for as little as $1.99 per month. By the way, the show will never change. It will always be accessible to everybody. So, it's not like we're asking you to pay or else you don't see some things or whatever. This is just if you want to add something and help our channel a little bit. For the $1.99 a month community tier 1, you get the loyalty badges next to your name. The badges go up as you've been a member for longer. I think most of our members are the longest standing members are on red at the moment. And then we've added these new tiers recently. And you get the custom emoji to use in comments and the chat. And existing members, if you could spam those emojis now, that would be great. I'm not going to do it because I'm reading this. Anyway, you also get 5% discount permanently at oblivionunderground.com, and you get more likely to get shout-outs because your name's highlighted on our view in the chat. For the tier 2, which is $2.99 a month, you get all of the stuff from before, but you get the Oblivion Underground releases when they come out. We just send them to you. We send you a code so that you can download them for free. Priority notification for our limited edition merch drops and some members only live chats. Tier 3, you get all of the things from above, which is $9.99 a month, but then you get regular vouchers at Oblivion, Underground, and Hardcore Beer Store, so you get cheap beer and cheap merch and whatever. You get early access to the Oblivion Underground promo list, which means when we send out the music to artists, etc., you get it too. So you get it way before everybody else normally. Entry into our competitions, members only videos, and priority replies to comments. So like I say, this is not ever going to be like some kind of pay scheme where we're putting features behind a paywall. The show is always going to be in this format, but if you want to help us out a little bit, then you can. I mentioned Discord there a little bit before, so if you're not aware of our Discord channel, then you should come and check it out. It's a little safe haven away from the realms of social media where you can come and chat shit about music or anything you want, actually. There's a lot of different things in here. You can think of this as like a old school message board / IRC / MSN Messenger / Zoom. There's video channels, voice channels in here, and there's all of these different chat channels. We've got a members only section for people who are members, as I discussed before. Stuff to do with the show. You get first news on what's happening in the show. But then we've also got areas for talking about production, sharing ideas, tricks, plugins, etc. DJing, the same. Gaming, sometimes we meet up and we play games, or people sharing information about games in there. Graphic design stuff, video design, streaming, if you're ever going to do some streaming and you want questions about that, and then I'm happy to answer them. And then we've got link sharing for releases. This is really a gold mine in here, actually, for industrial hardcore techno, drum and bass, breakcore. We have really good content in here, so if you're after new music, this is the place to hit up. Loads of cool DJ sets and mixes as well, live streams, movies, memes, and so on and so forth. So yeah, if you want to join the Discord, you can click the link which is in the bottom of this stream at the moment. There's a link to the Discord there. And for my final piece of propaganda, we are going to be giving away tickets to the New Millennium event, which takes place at Worm on the 22nd of February. This is the launch of, if you paid attention when Art of Fighters was on, this is the launch of their new brand and concept and vision for hardcore music and New Millennium music, should we say. And that's fronted by Unexist, Art of Fighters, and Tommy Knocker, and they've put together a stellar lineup of headliners there, including Alex, Insomniac One, Thrasher, and I think there is going to be a second room too. And we're going to give away some tickets to that, and I'm going to do that right now. So let me just find. I go to. Are you guys back yet? Nope. Alex, so tell us about what you're going to be playing at that while I just set up the competition. How are you going to approach this one? Is it going to be your normal style of set, or are you going to go a little bit more millennium-y, or what are you going to do?
I will only play anarcho-communist breakcore this time.
What a guy. Okay.
No, yeah. For this party, I will probably play more, for me, up-tempo. Like 140, 150, I guess. I guess it depends on my slot time as well. I'm not sure when I'm playing on the timetable.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably more hardcore than doomcore or techno.
Yeah. I'm trying to find the way to comment to write underneath the video, because I want to make it in the comments section, in the video underneath. Oh, this is annoying. So I want to make it so that I write, you know, in the comments underneath the live stream, I want to make it so that I can put it there and people can write on there. Okay, so basically what we're going to have to do is we're going to do this competition in the chat right now. So first of all, you need to share the stream on your social networks immediately. Now, do it. Share the stream. And then you have to comment in the live chat why we should give you the tickets and to be sure that you can attend. That's the only instruction that I got from Prospect. They're going to look through the comments in the chat and they're going to pick people to give these tickets to. So I guess go ahead. I guess that's what we can do. Normally we'd do a like, share, tag thing, but sometimes that doesn't work so well because people forget to do the tag, etc, etc. Maybe what I'll do is I will write under the video on YouTube, I will write a comment and I will pin it saying, why should we give you the tickets? That also gives the opportunity to the people who are not watching live now to do the competition. So do it in the chat, but also I will write under the video on YouTube and we're going to give away 2 tickets to this sick party. All right. That is the new blood out of the way. I've done all of my propaganda and my obligations. Now we just need to talk about you, Alex.
Finally.
Finally. So you are Alex. You are Starving Insect, formerly known as Despairful Tomorrow, which we'll come on to afterwards. Hailing from Sweden. So how did you get into all of this shit then, Alex? Well, talk us through your humble beginnings.
Oh wow, where do I begin? So I've always been into electronic music, and I've also always been into like horror fiction, and this meant during like when I was 10, 11, 12, I was always drawn to the more, like if this was faster, darker, spookier side of electronic music. And I discovered Gabber through the internet in, I think, the year 2000. And before that, like, I was listening to like trance and Eurodance, Scooter, you know, stuff like that. I had this compilation of like some sort of dance music compilation, and on there was a track by Dune, you know, the happy hardcore act.
Mm-hmm.
And I was blown away how fast it was, by how fast it was. I like how can music be this fast? I remember I needed to figure out how fast is this. This is like, you can't make songs this fast. So I pulled out a pocket calculator and just pressed 1 + 1, and then I pressed +1 for every beat, and then I timed it to a minute to figure out the beats per minute. And it was something like 170 beats per minute or something. It was like, oh wow, there's a whole world out there beyond the like Eurodance stuff that I was used to. So for a short while I was into happy hardcore because that was all I knew. But then I found Gabber through the internet, and it was like, okay, this is what I've been waiting for. This is, but also with a very strong, strong feeling that I just missed everything. Because the more, like, this was in 2000, you know, and just when like Thunderdome stopped and a lot of producers, like there was this gap in the scene. So the more I discovered about this music, the more I got this feeling that I just missed everything. I'm too late. I'm too late to the party. But then that was the Millennium era, and it was a really interesting time for our culture, because there was like the people who stayed in the scene started experimenting. Yeah, you know the story. But yeah, that's sort of how I got into it. And I didn't have any friends who listened to it. I eventually found out about Thunderdome. Like, I couldn't really understand what Thunderdome was, because I was downloading tracks on Napster. And if you remember back then, everything was tagged the wrong way, and everything had the wrong titles and everything in the Napster days. But now and then, like, you had the Thunderdome in the track title or the file name, and I was seeing like this word coming up, and like, what is Thunderdome? And it was so mysterious and strange to me, and I couldn't find anything on the internet or anything about it. And eventually I found out that, okay, this is a compilation album. So I started going to like all the record stores, asking for Thunderdome records, and people were, yeah, we used to have Thunderdome records, but they stopped coming. We don't get those anymore. And it was like, yeah, the sensation that I missed everything. Yeah, but that's how I found the hardcore music.
Joe, you muted again.
Sorry, I was eating and I didn't want to chomp all over you. So you were 13 at the time when you were searching this music, or was it a bit later then?
12, 13, yeah.
Wow, okay. And so when you finally discovered it, what actually got you into making it or DJing it? Was that a thing that you did alone as well, or did you have like eventually a community of people around you? Or how did that?
No, I did it myself. I've always been very creative. Like as a kid, I've been drawing a lot. I was like programming video games, building stuff, always doing something creative. And then eventually, I can't remember exactly the timeline, but somewhere around the time I discovered hardcore, I also started experimenting with simple music production software. I used something called Magic's Music Maker.
I remember that.
Yeah. Only working with like pre-made loops and samples, which for a long time was frowned upon, but apparently people are doing that now and again, using pre-recorded samples. Yeah, and I had to figure out like how to make a distorted kick drum. Like, it was very much just trial and error, and trying to reverse engineer what I was listening to.
Mm-hmm.
Have you still got those old tracks that you made?
Yeah, I do.
You strike me as the kind of person that holds on to that kind of shit.
Yeah, I do. on a hard drive somewhere. My first ever hardcore track was it was named Graveyard Terror.
Good name.
Right on the nose.
So it sort of set the tone, you know. It had the T99 stab in it.
As does every techno record nowadays.
Yeah.
But is it techno or is it rave? Never mind.
Hard industrial techno. Hard techno, whatever you want to call it, yeah.
And so you continued with this trend of hardcore, but with horror influence. And that's come through all the way to your productions in the current day. But what tracks were you actually, like, you said you were finding stuff that was linked to Thunderdome, and that was kind of your gateway. But what did you kind of land on? What was your like go-to, and what is there anything still from that era that you still listen to now and gives you that nostalgia?
Well, of course, like, obviously, I think I think one of my a sort of a forgotten producer from the 90s and early millennium era that was really influential for me when discovering Gabber was Omar Santana. and the
Oh,
H2O.
I love Doma Santana.
He's still going, man. He does live
He
streams.
is.
He's a
Yeah,
bit
I know,
fucking
but
cookie. It's funny.
He's sort of like a grandpa on
Yeah,
Facebook
yeah,
vibe.
yeah.
No, but I'd love to see him. But I don't think he has been properly credited for what he did and his production level. And he was very influential for me. But what definitely always stuck with me the most was the dark stuff. Because a lot of hardcore is sort of dark, but in a very cheesy way. But what always stuck with me the most was the tracks that felt more sincere with the darkness, like less tongue-in-cheek. Because apart from like being into electronic music, I've always also been into metal, and especially like black metal and doom metal, and I like the sincere approach to like the darkness and to the horror aesthetic. So like obviously Mark Arcardipane was a big influence and still is, and
I've literally
I
got
think
his
that's,
t-shirt
like,
on right now.
yeah, and I think that's obvious to anyone who listens to my music that like I'm a successor to his sound or something. Also Miro, definitely like the early Enzyme stuff, the darkcore stuff on Enzyme, Ophidion's early stuff. But yeah, what was the question again?
It was kind of a leading question, actually. I was just what you actually landed on and started getting really into, and how that then led you to progress with your production, I guess. And where did you go from there? What was the trajectory?
So
I guess?
yeah, okay. So like going even more way back, I think that my first big influence and has like definitely shaped my sound, and something that has been like I've almost been embarrassed about it because this is super cheesy, or it was considered super cheesy for many years. But it was this German sort of Eurodance act called 666 that made this Paradox album in 97, 98. If you remember those tracks, Alarma.
I don't know.
No, you don't?
I don't know, but I do have it.
You don't know?
You sent it to
I
me.
sent it to you. Okay, that's interesting. Because in Sweden there was these tracks were huge hit songs. I think they were also really big in like Russia, as with anything Euro. But it's like up until discovering 666, because 666 was this Eurodance act with this satanic gimmick. Like this really spooky satanic theme and lyrics and stuff. And up until that point, I've been listening to like Scooter and Sash and Robert Miles, like cheesy Euro stuff. But for me, as an 11-year-old discovering 666, like it felt like it wasn't tongue-in-cheek. Like it wasn't Halloween music. For me, at that age, it felt like this is satanic for real. And my mom was really upset about me listening to this music because she thought it was real as well. And that was my first exposure to how you could actually combine my one love, which is electronic music, with my other love, which is horror fiction. And I think like that sort of put me on the course that I would stay on since then.
Yeah. And when your mum's telling you not to listen to something, you know you're on the right path.
You're on the
right
track. For sure. For sure. I was going to play it, but I wasn't aware of how big this was, so I don't want to. We might get
kill
pulled.
the stream.
Yeah, we might get the stream
How
pulled
many views does it get on YouTube?
I don't know. Look it up. 666 Diablo. Actually, I can do it.
I'm just going to quick look. Only 2 million.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Oh.
I can show the thing though, so we get an idea of what we're talking about.
You're going to play the video without the music.
No.
You
Oh, I
sing
can
along.
do that.
Alex, you can sing the music.
You can-
Music for us.
It's this, right?
Yeah, it goes like visitarme en el infierno, mirar en el centro de mis ojos. Tú conoces el diablo, soy el diablo. Diablo.
Diablo.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to risk it. But okay.
And I know Enrico will sample me and make something stupid of me singing that right now.
So you started like making music in the early days, but I mean, when did you actually start getting more and more serious? What was your like real introductions to the scene, and you know, how did you start networking and moving towards your first release? And also, were you DJing or producing, just solely producing at this time?
No, I started DJing in 2002.
Mm-hmm.
I went on a DJ course at the local youth center, and that course taught me all I needed to know. Yeah, I was producing a lot with Magic's Music Maker, and eventually I transitioned to Reason, and I made a lot of tracks, and I can't exactly remember how it happened, but I was hanging around at IRC in a really small channel. It was me and some other Swedish guys in the hardcore scene. It was Robin, aka Omnicide, aka Sinofex, that I've made a lot of tracks with, and also another producer, Earfist, a Swedish guy as well. He was like one of the first bigger hardcore exports from Sweden. I think he had some releases on This Is Terror or something. Mm-hmm. In like 2007, 2008 or something. It doesn't matter. We hung out in this really small IRC channel, and Francois was hanging out there as well. Chosen Few. Mm-hmm. And I don't know why he was hanging out with us in that IRC channel, but he heard some tracks I made, and that led to me being signed to Mokum and the relaunch of the Mokum label in 2004. So that's how I ended up there.
And that's when you were still called Despairful Tomorrow.
That's right, yeah.
Okay. I've got that track here, actually, 2004. Should we play this? We may as well, right?
Let's.
Sure.
This is Despairful Tomorrow and Hell Followed from Mokum 100, was it?
100, yeah.
Yeah, okay, here we go.
Behold, a pale horse. The man who sat on him was death. And hell followed with him.
Quite an accomplishment getting
Really
a
cool.
release on Mokum, should I say?
100 as well.
Oh,
Yeah,
number
yeah, that's
100
really nice.
as your first release. That's pretty big,
20
dude.
years ago, yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking on
Wow.
Discogs here. This one, nope. This one, yep. Yeah, Mokum 120 years ago. There's people in the chat saying, "Oh shit, I didn't realize this was you." I didn't think many people did.
Yeah,
Actually,
I get that all the time, yeah.
So how did that?
Really cool.
So obviously you say Francois grabbed you, and put you on, but how did that whole process go for you, and how was it? How did it feel at such a young time in your life?
Yeah, I was 14 when I made this track.
Wow.
But it was, but I was 15 when it was released. Yeah, it was a very big deal. And this track even went on Thunderdome, and having like as a 15-year-old your track appearing on Thunderdome, how cool is that?
Yeah.
But like also I was very disconnected to like the Dutch scene. I'd never been to the Netherlands, and I was on phone with Fred, the manager of Mokum. Like that's my only connection to the scene. So like it's I really didn't know until many years later that this was being played at the parties and stuff. Like I didn't know because I didn't go to the parties, and there were no there was internet back then, but it wasn't like it is now. I was even asked to go on a 1-month tour in Australia and New Zealand, I think, with Endymion, for 1 month, and I was like, I can't. I need to be in school. Thank you, but no. So yeah, it was. But also, it was. I think in hindsight, like it was a cool experience, but I wasn't really ready as a producer. I really couldn't follow it up. I sort of got lucky with this track. The other tracks on the EP are not very good, and I couldn't keep up with the pace. And this was also in 2004, and this was like sort of the end of the golden millennium era, when things were still sort of DIY, analog, crunchy lo-fi. After 2004, production levels in hardcore got much higher because people were transitioning into digital production, and I didn't know how to do it. I didn't have the studio, I didn't have the software, and so on, so I couldn't keep up. But it was a really cool start.
And so you continued with this name Despairful, this alias Despairful Tomorrow, for a few years. I see here, I'm just stalking you on Discogs now. You had another couple of releases with Mokum, up until 2009. And then came the end of that alias. Was there a particular reason or like a milestone that triggered that?
Yeah. So yeah, about the name.
Both very cheery names, by the way.
Yeah. I like your native English speakers. Is Despairful really a word? I'm not sure. Like, I guess you can put full as a suffix to anything, but like Despairful, it's barely a word in English, I think.
Well, I know what it means, so yeah.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, it's a word, yeah.
So, I guess I thought it was a bit too emo, too spooky.
So you
also
went to Starving Insect because...
Well, yeah, well, you know. But fun story is that Fred on Mokum, he didn't understand the name at all. Like, what's Despairful Tomorrow? What type of hardcore artist name is that? He wanted me to... he gave me the suggestion. He thought I should name myself DJ Darkstar.
Why didn't you go for that one, Alex?
DJ Darkstar. No, like, because I stopped. I didn't release anything as Despairful Tomorrow. I think past 2005 or 2006, and then Jace. Darkstar sounds like bumhole. And then, what do you even mean, Jay? What do you mean it sounds like bumhole?
Well, I can see where he's going with it.
Yeah, I can see where he's going with it, yeah.
Oh, a dark...
when it drops!
A dark star! Okay, now I get it. Okay. The brown star.
Thanks for saying it out loud. So anyway...
Be serious, okay. What I forgot what are we talking about?
Why
again?
did we change the name?
Why did I change the name? So because I got more into doomy dark stuff and I got older and I sort of wanted to distance myself from the low production of Despairful Tomorrow, and I just didn't like the name.
Okay. But
we need to. Yeah. You're progressing too fast, Joe. We need to go into the production details of this track.
Go for it.
So people are asking about what synths I use for this. Someone suggested Silent
One.
One.
I missed that. Sorry, I was obsessed with the name all of a sudden. I don't know why.
Yeah, you just want to go to bed early. I know.
No, man, I don't. That's Greg.
So
no, I didn't say a word, bro.
So damn it. Okay, damn it, Joe. The production. Okay. So these were all samples. I didn't really know how to design synthesizers when I made this, and this was made in recent 2.0 or maybe 2.5. So the synthesizer options in there was not that big, and I wanted to have like fat Juno sounds, and you just couldn't do that or I couldn't do that in Reason back then. So this is all samples. The lead synth is I sampled from Evil Activities, the track Extinction, and everything is just samples.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I think a fun thing about this track and this era is that the track is really long. This is for the show. I edited it to be even shorter. The breakdown is super long. I think the drop doesn't hit until like way past 3 minutes or something. But no one said anything about this. Mokum didn't have any objections against the production length or anything. Like, it was allowed back then. Attention span was people did have attention span for longer tracks back then.
Pre-mobiles.
Well, that was before internet, right?
Yeah.
Well, it was the phone, wasn't it? I mean, having the internet didn't kill everybody's attention span, did it? Until it was in your hand.
Yeah.
No, and the like, the mainstream hardcore trend, like making tracks just like 2-minute edits, like it's so fucking stupid. Like, who are you making this for? I don't get it.
TikTok.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you look at modern mixing in some genres. I mean, jump up drum and bass, right? The average length of a track that's played in a mix is probably 40 seconds, and half of that is being mixed.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. You look at track list now, and it's like if they're not hitting 100 tracks in an hour set, they're doing something wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's sad. I mean, there's like going back to storytelling and building a track. Like, this was considered mainstream hardcore back in 2004, and the drop doesn't hit until like 3 or 4 minutes into the track, and it was considered mainstream hardcore. Now in mainstream hardcore, you start with the drop. You don't even have an intro. Just start with the drop.
Yeah, that's raw style. Yeah.
And like, you're missing out. There's so much missed out. Like, yeah.
So were all
that's
of
their problem, but I feel sorry for them.
Yeah, were all of the tracks on that release and all of those early tracks under that particular alias, were they all sample based, or had you already started making your own sounds at some point?
The first EP was all sample based.
Yeah.
The second EP on Mokum did feature a lot more synth work on my side, which is why it's also a really shitty EP. Except for the tracks I made, because on the second one with Suffering Death and Boogie Woogie, I made this with Synofex. So that's the Robin, and I made.
Is that really the title of the?
That's really the title.
I guess the first part was your audition, and then the other bit was his, right?
Yeah, something.
Yeah.
And he later produced as Omnicide, and I made a lot of tracks with him as Omnicide because he was releasing as Synofex on Hardcore Blasters, but he signed an exclusive, some sort of exclusive deal with them, so he wasn't allowed to use the Synofex name on other labels. But the tracks made with him are pretty good because back then, and I would argue still, he's a better producer than me. But the solo tracks by me on this release are horrible, in my opinion.
I like the way you named one of the tracks after the second Joker movie, but 20 years before it came out. Very smart. Folie à deux.
All right, yeah. Madness shared by two.
And then this one was just the remixes of it, was it? So it's just the original then. Okay.
Yeah, it was Crucifier. He made a few really good remixes about that around that era, and then they just So it was all about the remix, and the remix was a much bigger hit than the original track.
Okay. So then there was a big gap I noticed in your timeline from the end of Despairful Tomorrow till the start of Starving Insect. What happened there?
So I sort of lost touch with the hardcore scene, like in 2000. I think. So first of all, I couldn't follow up the Mokum releases, and especially I couldn't follow up on Hell Followed.
You couldn't follow up for what reason? Was it a motivation thing, artistic block, no desire to be involved in that anymore?
I didn't have the skills. I was too inexperienced. And remember, I was just a kid. So that's part of it. But I also lost interest in the hardcore scene. I think like after 2006, the sound changed too much, and I like got bored of it. I went into like listening to other music. I listen a lot to like dark ambient. I listen a lot to a scene that sort of developed parallel to the Millennium hardcore culture was the power noise subculture, power noise or rhythmic noise. This like it's really similar to industrial hardcore, but it's a different culture. Very much around the label Zen, and so I tried to make music. I tried to make power noise. I wanted to do something like that, and especially like also one of my major influences is the Canadian producer Isoloscope, and because like the way his music, like super distorted, super harsh, very danceable, very rhythmic, but he blended it and still does blends it so well with a heavy dark atmosphere. It's not just harsh noise, but also the atmosphere, like the pads and soundscapes and stuff, and also like the way like it was obvious that he had a conceptual vision behind his music. Like looking at his releases and his track titles, each track title reads like almost like the title of a book or a title of a short horror story or something. And that was something that like just reading the track title makes you think about like what is behind this track title. It's almost like a story starts playing in your head. And I tried to do something like that, and I think I'm still very inspired by that. But again, I didn't have the skills to produce at that level. So I think between 2006 and 2012, I was just practicing until I was ready to come back.
A lot of people in the chat saying we need to hear your power noise, please, Alex.
Enrico does, at least, yeah.
Yeah, no, there's a few people saying actually. Yeah.
So yeah,
Okay.
that first the album called I can't pronounce the French one. Osseil du Néant or something.
This one?
That one. Yeah. I've listened to that one to bits. And just look at the track titles. This monstrosity is part of my fabric. Oh, that's so good.
Not even his fabric. His fabric.
I think it should be fabric.
Well, he's French, right?
He's French after all, yeah.
That's just how he says it.
32 Hours of Eternity. Yeah, that's a great title.
Okay.
Excellent.
So you kind of regathered yourself and reinvented yourself, and I guess somewhere along the way you started producing in a different way. Did you started making your own stuff and building your hardware collection, or did you have a drastic change in the DAW that you were using?
This was still long before I started like harvesting hardware. But yeah, like I was trying to make darker stuff, less melodic, and eventually realizing I was more comfortable the slower the music was, because like I said, with about some New Blood track, like the space that happens between the kicks, that's where all the interesting stuff is. And the slower the music is, the more space you have to work with that. And this was also because I when discovering hardcore, I listened to Mark Cardipain and Miro, but it wasn't until maybe after 2006 I discovered the underground doomcore scene. Because Mark never, as far as I know, never talked about his music as a doomcore. Even though I would definitely argue that a lot of the tracks are doomcore. He never talks about doomcore himself. But this was the time I discovered Fifth Era, and the UK doomcore scene, Face Hoover. I started buying records from Future Rave. If you remember that.
Yeah, I remember Future Rave.
Yeah. And basically just picking records on random, like the ones that were on sale, and just getting them home. And it was always
They used to have those bundles as well. You could buy a techno bundle or a hardcore bundle. It was just probably just a load of shit that they didn't want anymore. But I found some right gems in there. It was always nice and eclectic, and it's new stuff, right? It was good.
Yeah, exactly. And this was because my old heroes, like the Enzyme guys, like I really liked Nosferatu's darkcore tracks. But I think around this time he like basically stopped doing darkcore stuff, or did less of it. And this was sort of something that like the Fifth Era stuff or Face Hoover, like it satisfied the need for me with dark hardcore.
And that kind of drive into the darker doomy stuff led you all the way up to what, 2012 for Coming Back?
Yeah. Also, on Dark Descent. And also something very important that happened was that I went to music production school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that changed everything for me. Yeah, like I did a 2-year full-time music production school, and it was like, there's no comparison to my skill level before and after going to school.
Yeah.
So after school, I felt really comfortable with like slow, atmospheric, doomy stuff, and that led to getting in touch with Dark Descent. I think I sent demos to because the precursor to Dark Descent was Symptom, which was a sub-label to Neophyte Records, I think. And I sent some demos to them earlier, but they stopped releasing, and then maybe it was Mental Wreckage. I can't remember, but it was like we're starting this new thing, Dark Descent. Maybe you want to send us some tracks, and that's how I got in touch with Dark Descent.
The Relic runs that, right?
Yes.
I'm just trying to see if I can find that your release there, 2012. It was 2012 that it came out, right?
Yeah.
I'm just stalking it on Discogs. Here we go. The Deafening Howl of Dead Future. Was it that one?
Yeah, that's a title.
Yeah, here we go.
Yep. So this is me and Robin again.
Yeah.
And this is me finding like me becoming comfortable in my production and my concept, so to speak. And there's definitely like a red thread from this to where I am now.
And then you did another one down.
You mastered that EP as well. Sorry, Joe. Yeah, said you mastered that as well, Alex.
Okay. So
was that the first thing you mastered, or had there been others?
No. Okay. Do you want to go into this? Now it gets complicated and technical. So the music production school I went to had and has a very like almost like an ideology of keeping music production as basically keeping the sound as pure and unprocessed as possible, because basically the less processing you use, the better it sounds and the louder you can play it. And especially like the big enemy for the school is dynamic range reduction, and basically like the loudness war. So this release, like, and this was one of the good things with releasing with Maurice on Dark Descent, because he didn't like he let me do what I wanted to do, and I didn't want it to be loud. So like this release is super dynamic. It's like nowhere near the loudness of contemporary hardcore or hardcore back then. Like I didn't use any dynamic compression on this at all. So it's not really mastered at all. It's just mixed. And which means that it's like really difficult to play in a set. But if you're listening to it on a good sound system, it sounds pretty cool.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
And then you had another follow-up to that, right? This one, Forget the Rapture, Prepare to Rot. No problem with my Discogs. What's happening? Okay, Discogs.
Did you forget to renew your Discogs subscription?
Subscription, probably. Yeah. Anyway, you had a follow-up there. Was that the album?
No, I had another EP, Forget the Rapture, Prepare to Rot. But then in 2015, I released the album, The Great Nothing.
Okay, right. And that was 2015.
That's right.
Yeah. I think I got
10 years ago.
To play. Yeah, 10 years ago.
10 years ago, yeah.
Well, yeah. And that's Sleep is Death from that release. Right, I've got that here. We play this? Let's do it, right?
Sure,
I thought Sleep was the cousin of Death.
Yeah, that's cancelled, but I was first.
Lovely.
Really
nice.
cool. I could listen to all of that, but it is 8 minutes long, so we won't.
We only do 2 minutes nowadays.
3 minutes max.
Yeah, it's 6 minutes too long, Alex. You'll have to do a proper 20-25 mix.
Can you do us a little edit for TikTok, please?
Yeah.
So we got. I finally managed to get Discogs working.
Congratulations.
Thanks, man. Thanks a lot. So 8 tracks on that release.
Yeah.
Clearly a significant jump in production quality.
I know, right?
Yeah, really, really huge. Seems like the break did you the world of good. Somebody wrote in the chat here, I think it was Embryonic, not even a crash, just the kick. Did not get the recognition it deserved. Really high praise from a lot of people in the chat, actually. Really, really cool. So tell us about the story of making this release then.
So, like this track, as opposed to the earlier Despairful Tomorrow stuff where everything was sampled, in this track, I made everything from scratch. The only things that I didn't, I even recorded everything, like the percussion and everything. The only thing I didn't record was the vocal sample, which is from the movie The Fourth Kind, the rim shot, which is a 909 rim shot, and the mellotron, the choir, which is a mellotron. I think everything else I did from scratch. So I think the clap I programmed, and the hi-hats is like it was a real hi-hat that I recorded. The ride cymbal is not a ride cymbal, but it's like what you say, like a buzzsaw or a circular saw. That I like striking the circular saw, especially striking the circular saw while it's spinning, creates a really cool chorusy effect. Like the noise in the track, like the noise sweeps isn't actually noise, but it's rain. So I recorded the rain. So there was a lot of like meticulous building the song from the everything from scratch, which was
and that was
took
the
a lot
same
of time, but
all of the tracks on this release then.
Like not exclusively, but in principle, most of it was, yes.
Awesome. And what was the BPM range on that release?
Yeah, so I think the fastest track was maybe 140. This one is 115, I think. Most tracks are around like 110 to 120. The first track, Overhead, Without a Fuss, the stars were going out. That's a track title.
Right.
Which is I think that one is 90 BPM. And this was this was a really cool time, like the Dark Descent Doom, like the early 2010s. There was a lot of experimenting going on. For me, I didn't care about the hardcore scene at all. Like I paid zero attention to what like the Dutch scene was doing. I had no idea. This was our own little doom bubble, and it was almost like people were competing in who could make the slowest track. And eventually,
doom bubble.
Yeah, it was a doom bubble for sure. And a lot of us started out in this scene. I think definitely like Embryonic. I think the manufacturer, Nano, we were all starting in this doom bubble.
Yeah, it's where I know a lot of those names I first saw on the Dark Descent label. That was where I got familiar. Certainly Embryonic, 100%. Nice. And so, did you have any desire or interest in re-establishing your connection with the hardcore scene at all, or like you were just doing this and that was it?
Yeah, not back then. I was very happy just staying in the bubble. Like I did go to play on a few Dark Descent and Noise through a few parties called NORAD and Into the Dark Lands. Yeah, and I played at some of those, but like I had no ambition on doing something beyond that. Really, I was really happy about just staying in the doom bubble.
And were you doing any other music around that time, or was it just Doom that you were focusing on? Did you have any other projects, ideas, or?
Yeah, I was. I also had a metal band that consisted of people I met during music production school. So that took a lot of time, and I think after releasing The Great Nothing, a lot of my time and energy went into the metal project. So I had this black and doom band called VANHÄVD, and we recorded an album, and it took a really long time because we were all pretty shitty musicians. So and it's like, oh man, recording like real music, like with real instruments, there's so much work. Like making a techno tracks, you can start in the morning and have it like done for release in the evening, but with something like metal, when you're a band, like you need to write the songs, you need to make demos to play to the other band members, you need to go to a physical space to rehearse the tracks, you need to get money to rent the studio, go rehearse even more, go into the studio, record everything. We're really shitty musicians, so it takes so much time to record everything, and then after recording it, because we're so shitty musicians, there is so much time that goes into just editing all the mistakes and stuff. Like there's so much work behind it, but it was a really good experience.
So somebody, Butterfist in the chat is asking, can we hear some of the metal, please? Well, actually, we have got some. Let's do this. Boom, and let's do this, and then we can play some. This is
Yes, please, Joe, do it.
Yeah, okay. I was trying to work out what the how to say the name of the track, but I have got absolutely fucking no chance. So I'm just going to play the music, and then you can say it. Perfect. Oh. That finished
and there you go.
Suddenly. So, what is the track title?
Låt köttet dö.
Okay.
It means let the flesh die.
And what was your role in the band?
I wrote the songs. I was sort of like the executive producer, and I was the producer. I produced everything. And I played the keyboards and soundscapes and stuff.
And is that something that you're still involved in?
No. I guess we recorded the album, and that was sort of, we were all burnt out, or at least I was totally burnt out by it.
Just
like,
done with that shit.
Holy shit, there was so much work, and also it was really complicated. Like, we were signed to a label that were going to release it, but then they just kept postponing the release for like maybe 2 years. And then after 2 years, they decided, no, by the way, we're going to drop this. We're not going to release it. And then we were back to square zero, trying to find a label. And it took so long, and it sort of like just took the whole joy out of it, at least for me. The vocals in this track, or the vocalist in the band is Irving Force.
Oh, right, yeah, and you did the recreation video with him.
Yes, he did the vocals on the recreation of the Bulldozer project track.
Yes,
he's a really talented, both a vocalist and a producer. He started out making sort of like synthwave stuff, but then transitioned into this really original cyber thrash metal thing. But really good vocalist, yeah.
So did that suck a load of your time away from the Doomcore thing then, or were you like away again?
Yeah, totally. So again, I sort of went on a hiatus from the hardcore scene. Again, sort of disillusioned maybe a little bit, and I also started clubbing, like, because I never did that before. I've always been like my only introduction and my only approach to hardcore or any music has been as a listener, like listening to the music. I never even wanted to go to hardcore parties. Like in the 2000s, I played at a lot of hardcore parties, but I rarely went if I didn't play. I never I don't like going to a party without playing. Like, everything's loud and your back aches and you get really tired and like why would so but then I sort of started clubbing, especially in like the fetish culture scene, and that gave me a whole new perspective on the music, because I understood the music as a dancer in a way that I didn't do before. And that also got me more into like acid techno, because that was played a lot. And I started playing on like non-hardcore raves and clubs in Stockholm, where I couldn't really play hardcore because that's not why I was booked, but like acid stuff and also Sweden has a really big and strong goth and like dark wave and EBM culture. Like, it's really strong and really big. So and still to this day in Sweden, I play more on like EBM and goth events than on rave events. So that got me more into like EBM stuff as well. So I had this sort of confused period, maybe between 2017 until 2020, where I was doing my music was becoming less and less hardcore, more something else, more techno maybe, I don't know. And that got me like I wanted to play out more, because I got a taste for playing out again. Like, I used to play on raves in the 2000s, but then I didn't play live for like 10 years. I didn't DJ for like 10 years. I actually went to a music store because and like, can you please tell me how modern DJ equipment works? Because I used to play on vinyl and then on CDJs, and now you have all these like Pioneer CDJs and stuff, and I had them teach me in the store like how this stuff works. Yeah, I wanted to play out more, and I got a taste for playing out more again.
I guess you also got a taste for being out more, so I guess the two went hand in hand, right?
And, yeah, exactly. And I also realized that like the Doomcore stuff that I was making, while I loved doing it, it definitely didn't get me any bookings. And if I got a booking, it was always as a warm-up act.
Yeah.
So that did shape the way I produced music. And that led me to, like, I tried to find suitable labels for it. And that led me to like the Italian techno scene. I sent some demos to Scuderia, and had some releases on there. Some release on David Carbone's label as well. More like acid stuff, but you can definitely hear the Starving Insect doomy sound in it as well. But it's more accessible, more party oriented, more DJ friendly. And I also started working more on like EBM stuff around that time. And I also had this release on the Dark Descent sub-label Zur, which was sort of like a acid label, which I had some tracks that were decidedly more acid and EBM than hardcore.
I've got an example here of one of your EBM things, the Perfect Nails for Satan. And
this is funny. This is and this is very different from anything I've made before. This is like even got breakbeats in it, but this is in Sweden. This is sort of my biggest hit song. People ask me to play this when I play on Swedish clubs.
You're about to see L'Oreal nail color. The elegance of L'Oreal in nail color. Stunning colors made to catch the eye. Like autumn moon. Seemingly meant
Perfect. Nails. For Satan. Perfect. Nails. For Satan. Perfect. Nails. For Satan. For Satan. For Satan. For Satan. For Satan. For Satan. Perfect. Nails. For Satan. Perfect. Nails. For Satan. For Satan. Perfect. Nails. For Satan. Perfect. Nails.
Really cool.
Yeah, really cool. That acid line's nice there. Really cool track, man. Did you release more of this stuff, or was this kind of like a one-off?
I got more in store. Like in hindsight, I should have used a different name for this, because this is so different from like everything else as Starving Insect. But no, this was on Tripalium. I did release the other track on this release I made with Irving Force, which has his vocals on it. I made a remix for him as well on a different release. And I have a bunch of stuff like this unreleased. And last year, I said that I was going to launch a new EBM alias, but I didn't because I didn't have the time. But this year, I might. I'm not promising anything, but I got a bunch of stuff like this, like EBM definitely more 80s than 90s stuff. So maybe this year it's time for it.
So what will the alias be?
I forgot. So this is like a collab with someone. The new project. We decided on a name, but I forgot about it.
Okay.
But like,
okay,
watch this space.
Interesting indeed. So, I mean, then we now are kind of heading towards this really pivotal moment for you and what that gave you a lot of exposure, and that's like the whole introduction to Prospect, the recreation videos, etc., etc., and that's kind of really shot your trajectory up into the hardcore and doomcore and darkcore spaces. What was that? How did that all come about? How did that happen?
So about now, I felt really comfortable with my production skills and my songwriting, and I was like, I started to be like, before, and especially during the Dark Descent days, I was like just aimlessly making stuff and sometimes releasing it. But about now I started to like work really goal oriented. Like I like in a very like strategic way. Like how do I get to the next step? And so I started like just reaching out to people, and I think this is like what was really important was networking and getting to know people. And this is a side note, but nowadays a lot of people complain that to become a successful DJ you need to be an Instagram influencer or something, and that might be true for some, but that's not the whole truth. Like, to become a successful performer, whatever, you need to know the right people, and you don't need to be an influencer to get to know the right people. And so I started to releasing stuff and collaborating people, like basically like step by step, getting to know more and more important people. And like I knew that like if I collaborate with this person, this next person will hear the collab, and working up from there. So around the same time as this release, I released an EP on like a short-lived French label called Rave and Revenge, and the EP was called Gospels of the Worm. And for that release, I reached out to a few people for remixes. So I got Noel, DJ Hidden, to make a release or remix as Scourge, and Umwelt and Minimum Syndicate. And I get that probably like attracted some attention and stuff. And like this release I think has some really cool tracks. I also I can't remember exactly the timeline, but like around this time I started to get to know more people, and people like influential people in the scene started to playing my tracks. And I think around this time I also like got an Instagram account and also started doing like the recreation videos. So I got to know a lot of people around that time. And I'm really happy with this release. There are some cool tracks on it and really cool remixes as well.
Yeah, I think this was my first exposure to you, and it was probably because somebody like Noel had posted about it, and it became on my radar. So it kind of confirms what you're saying. You know, it started reaching people, and getting people's eyes on you.
Great track titles as well.
Yeah.
That Ought to Crawl is a fantastic title. I love that.
That's a quote from H.P. Lovecraft, which
yeah.
It's from a short story called The Festival. The full sentence is, things have learned to walk that ought to crawl.
Oh, nice.
So this then led you on to meeting Gareth, I guess, because that's kind of the next big label that you released on, right?
Yeah. It was. I think it was Stefan that I first got into touch with. But yeah, it was. I can't remember like how it exactly happened. But this release somehow led to getting in touch with Prospect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And at the same time, you started doing your recreation videos, and they were really successful for you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just doing that for fun, and made these really short snippets, and I realized that like, okay, this gets like 10 times the engagement than anything else I post, and that sort of becomes addictive. Like, okay, this works. This gets me more followers. So let's do more of it.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of fun, and it definitely got me a lot of attention and got me in touch with a lot of people. People reached out and stuff. So yeah, and I think doing the
what do you think it was? What do you think it was that people gravitated towards with those? Do you think it was the seeing like the authenticity, like getting down to this is how you make stuff with your hands? It's not like kind of playing around on a door and chopping up some splice samples and stuff. This is authentic hardcore. Do you think it was that like?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. And also because I think for a lot of people, especially if you not yourself is like a seasoned producer, or if you were a producer during the era, it's been sort of a mystery how the music was actually made. And people have been trying to recreate it using modern synthesizers, and they just can't get the sound right. So maybe something like that. And also it's just very satisfying to see something being, it's like these viral videos of someone just creating anything, and you just want to keep looking at it.
Well, the guys making mud huts in the forest at 2 o'clock in the morning. Right? It's just. Well, I think one of there's a few things that made your videos successful. There's the fact that they're famous tracks, so they transcend time, and people will click it because they know that track. And so you've got the old audience that will engage with it, and then you've got the fact that you're recreating it, which is engaging because it's a hands-on thing. So then you get like the geeky side of people, but also the way that you create it and present it makes people who are not technically gifted or artistically gifted understand that they can relate to it. And it's just the way that it's presented, and the way that it's short and it's edited. There was just a multitude of things that make that really good, engaging content.
Yeah. And you made it look easy, which a lot of people love, right? When you see things that like, how did you do that? And you're just like, da, 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 there you go, magic.
Ta-da! Yeah.
That's really cool. Yeah.
And if anybody in the chat hasn't seen these videos that we're talking about, they're all on the Oblivion YouTube channel. So go ahead and check them out. Will there be more of those to come, Alex?
Probably, but I can't say when. I actually have at least one full recreation done. The problem, like for me, the problem isn't like recreating the tracks and reverse engineering the tracks is a pretty fast process. What takes time is making the fucking videos, and I'm not a video editor. And recreating the tracks is fun. Making the videos is no fun. And right now, like it takes. Like, I started doing them because, for the reasons I said, but that's not what I really want to do. I want to make my own music, and that is what I want to focus my time on, because I don't have endless amount of time available.
And also, you kind of don't really need to at the moment, because you've got onto a good place. So it'd be nice to come back to it if you have an itch to do it, but it's not like a essential thing for you right now, and that makes sense. So.
But I will probably get around to it eventually,
Yeah, whenever you're ready. I'm very happy to upload them on our channel.
Sure.
So let's talk about the release and meeting Gareth and the Prospect stuff. So that came about via conversations with Stefan, did you say? Was that Stefan Zedemka or Stefan Gabelin?
Gabelin.
Yeah, okay.
He reached out. I can't remember exactly. I don't know if I had made the Catscan tracks already. Probably. I made... This must have been around the time I made the Catscan tracks. I can't remember. So the Catscan, the tracks with Catscan, that was like directly because I made a recreation video. So I made a recreation video of his old track, WO3, and that got us in touch. I think I asked him, like, how did you make this sound? So then we were already in touch. And then after making the recreation video, I made like an original track. But once I finished the track, I realized, fuck, this sounds like a Catscan track.
Yeah.
Because I was just doing the recreation video, so I was having Catscan in my head when I made the track. And that was not the Rainmaker, but the other track, merged with Silence. And I sent it to Catscan and said, like, I made this really cool track, but it sounds like you. And he replied, like, yeah, it is really cool, but it really sounds like me. So I was discussing with him, like, what do you think I should do with it? How about we make it a collab instead? Because I couldn't realize, I felt I couldn't release it as it was, as a solo thing, because then it would sound like a Catscan pastiche.
Homage.
Or a rip. Yeah. So I sent him the track, the stems, and like, do what you want with this. So he replaced a bunch of stuff, changed the kick, did touch-ups on it, and then it became like an official collab. And then we also made the Rainmaker, which was really a proper collab track.
Okay, perfect segue into the Rainmaker then. Let's play that now. Catscan and Starving Insect, the Rainmaker.
There's a new holy terror boss man in the future. The Rainmaker, they call him.
Really cool track. And how was the collaboration with Catscan then?
So we sent stems back and forth, like doing rounds basically. I made the kick, he made the lead riff. Like the lead riff is really cool. Like it's an Alpha Juno, and it sounds pretty simple. But there's small variations to it every bar. Like sometimes it's an extra note somewhere or something. Like it sounds very organic, and I think that's like also because it's the Alpha Juno. What's so great about the Alpha Juno synthesizer is that it sounds so organic, like in a animal sense. Like it doesn't sound like a synth, especially because the architecture of the synth is like you have this weird. It's not an ADSR envelope, but you have like this multiple time and level volumes, so you can have like there are multiple steps in the envelope, and then you align pitch, volume, and filter to the same envelope, and then if you on top of that add portamento, like it sounds so like it sounds like an animal. Like it sounds so weirdly organic. And the way that it works in this track, that sometimes there's an extra note here and there, like it makes it sound very like it's a recording from nature or something.
It's alive, yeah. Really cool.
I particularly like the artwork on this release. Really good one. Yeah, I really like this.
Yeah, since it's a guy. His artist name is Unexpected Spectre. I've worked with him multiple times. He did. He's done more. He's done multiple artworks for me, and for me, my releases since the Dark Descent days, I've been very. For me, the artwork is really important. I think like especially if I'm making a physical release, the artwork is so important.
Completely agree.
So I've always been always commissioned the art to actual graphical graphic designers and artists, so yeah, it's really cool artwork, and it makes me like all the AI artwork that is to me like it. Like if you're really making a release with AI artwork, for me, that signals that you don't care that much about the music.
Yeah, I mean, especially if people are just using AI for the artwork and not using it as a tool to support their creativity in making said artwork. There's a real big difference there. Some of the stuff that you see nowadays is just someone's just put, make me a skull with fire and hardcore, go, and like, and that they're literally just slopping it out, just whoop, done, and it's so disappointing. I always feel sorry for the artists in question because that's permanently associated to their artwork.
Yeah, and I understand that not all producers are made out of money and can spend like a bunch of money on graphical artists, but sure, use AI as a tool to create something original. But when you're just prompting a spooky skull, like it will get dated so quickly. Like all this AI slop artwork that is being used right now, like in 3 years, it will all look so cringy. Because it will look so dated. They're like.
What's your take on this, Greg? Because I know you're big into AI.
I think Alex just hit the nail on the head, right? That the one of the biggest factors we have is this whole like the recency effect, right? Where it kind of like at the moment it feels like this really cool thing, but like we're gonna look back very soon and go, that was that time when like 90s special effects or whatever, or the early CGI and stuff, where it's like when they stopped doing practical effects and started doing the first green screen stuff. It'll be like that, where you'll look back and go, that was that period where people did things like that. Maybe in time people will look back at it on fondly and laugh and go, ho, look at those skulls with snakes coming out of them. That's very obviously AI, but there is a level of integrity, isn't there? Like if you're releasing a physical product that you believe is a piece of art, then every part of it should be, you should have your blood, sweat, and tears in every part of it, even if you're asking people to design it for you, but you should be absolutely involved in that process. Because it's your name on it at the end of the day, and as an artist, it should be something you feel proud of. But,
I think my point isn't like that the problem is with the AI technology, although I do think there are definitely major ethical concerns with using generative AI built on like real artists who are not being credited for whatever is being pushed out. But I think the same argument goes for using generic stock photos or like using just unsolicited, like without paying the original artist, just ripping something from DeviantArt and putting on your digital release or anything. I think it's sloppy, and I think it says something of how you value your release.
Yeah, but but then having said that, people sampling is the same kind of principles, right? So it's but there are degrees to it. Like if you would just sample something and release it as your own track, then that's shitty. But usually people sample something and make something new out of it. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's the top and bottom end of the scale to this conversation, isn't there? There's the doing it respectfully and just doing any old shit. And I think we all agree that doing any old shit with any use case is just a load of shit. So yeah, I think we could sit and talk about it all day and how it's relevant to what about this? But hey, what about it's there's give and take in the conversation, I think. But anyway, I guess we should move on. So the release with Catscan landed very, very well for you. You talked about being goal and objective driven, and that's kind of, you hit the mark with that one, and it's really given you a push up. You're getting a lot of bookings now, a lot more bookings now, so you fulfilled your desire to get out and about more. And you continue on a good trajectory. And we talked about it at the beginning of the show, but we've come back around to it now. At the end of last year, you had a release that was unique in its own right. It was a poetry book, a CD. It was also a vinyl.
Not a vinyl.
Oh, it was not a vinyl. Okay. And you did this live show in Rotterdam alongside it. Do you want to give us some insights into that?
Yeah, so the release is called Blind Idiot God, and it's 4 tracks that are thematically very similar and sound like the for me at least, the mood of the tracks, like they belong together. Like they included like most of my tracks have vocal samples, like from movies or stuff, or from audiobooks, or lately like AI voices. And I had these demo tracks with vocals that were either AI voices or just ripped from audiobooks. And all the voices came from literature, so they were not from movies but from literature. The track, like the track that is called The Blind Idiot God, that one uses extracts from a poem by H.P. Lovecraft that is called Fungi from Yugoth. And then there is a track called Cancelled Skies, which includes snippets from a poem by a writer named Archibald MacLeish, an American writer, that is called The End of the World. And also there was this, now it gets even more complicated, because then there's this track. Yeah, scroll down. We'll get into all the other ones in a while. Go on. So then there's the track Strange is the Night Where Black Stars Rise. And this is a quote from a poem by a writer called Robert W. Chambers. And this track, the one that you highlighted, this was already released on a small Swedish label called Kallkällan. But it didn't really get a lot of attention. It was the digital-only release. So I wasn't really happy with that version of the track. So I decided to like do some touch-up to it. And also, that was all instrumental. So I wanted to add some vocals to that track as well. And discussing the release, because I wanted to release this on Prospect, so I was discussing this with Gareth, and this was still when vinyl pressing times, like the production waiting time was still really long. So and I had finished these tracks, and I was tired of waiting for releases, just like making tracks, and then you have to wait like 2 years before it's released or something.
Oh,
stupid.
man. Yeah. Yeah.
So like let's make it something else, like just make it a CD or something instead, but still make it something else than just a CD. And because all these tracks were inspired by real poems by like real but dead authors, we came up with this idea to include like making the CD a physical book, to include the poems in the physical edition of the book. So yeah, I have it here.
Ah, okay.
This is what what it looks like. This is by an artist named Vladimir Chebakov, who made this artwork. And in it you have like the full. So the H.P. Lovecraft poem "Fungi from Yugoth" is really long. Like it's more like a short story than a poem. So it's all in here. And from there, like, okay.
Did you have to get permission to reproduce that?
No, because this is in the public domain.
Okay. Oh, fine. Cool.
So I made sure like they've been dead
yeah.
long enough.
That would, yeah.
And this also meant like how about, because I also had this idea for a really long time that I wanted to work with a real voice actor. And I know a lot of voice actors, because like I've been working as a sound designer, like a professional sound designer for 15 years, and I started out doing a lot of like sound design for advertising and stuff. So I've been working a lot with voice talent casting and voiceover recordings and stuff. So I know a lot of talented voice actors. So then I came up with the idea to replace these samples and AI voices with a real actor. And then that led to like, okay, so it's inspired by the poems. We're making a CD. The CD is including the full poems. Well, how about we make an audiobook as well? So we recorded all of it, or I recorded all of it. So on the CD, it's not just the like Starving Insect hardcore tracks, but there was actually like a full-length audiobook with the full poetry, with like sound design that I made.
So cool. What a great concept, man.
Yeah. And still it's like this is so limited, because the only way to hear this is if you own the CD. Like we haven't released this digitally at all, and the CD sold out I think the same day as the release. But now we're doing represses, and we're going to release like upload the poetry on YouTube or something, so that everyone can listen to it.
How many did you make of the original CD?
I think 100.
Okay. That's pretty good going to sell out on one day for something so...
Yeah.
No. different.
Yeah. We did totally.
It's quite niche, you know. Not everybody wants a book, you normally think, right? But it worked.
Yeah. And who listens to CDs anyway? Who even has a CD player?
Well, people actually, there's quite a market for collecting CDs, in fact.
Oh well, yeah.
Well, that's great. I'm glad that you're doing a repress on it. That's good.
Yeah.
Really. And we've actually got some clips from the reading of that, and we've got some music from the release. Which would you prefer to play first? The videos from the reading or the Blind Idiot God, the title track?
Do the reading first.
Sure. Okay, we can do that. Do this.
So this is with the voice actor his name is John Power. He's British, but he lives in Sweden.
Okay, which one first?
Do the End of the World one, because then people will, if people have heard.
I've only got Night Gaunts or Cancelled Skies.
Cancelled Skies, yeah.
Okay, I'll do that now.
Quite unexpectedly, as Vasserot the armless ambidextrian was lighting a match between his great and second toe, and Ralph the lion was engaged in biting the neck of Madame Sossman while the drum pointed, and Teeny was about to cough in waltz time, swinging Jocko by the thumb, quite unexpectedly, the top blew off. And there overhead, there hung over those thousands of white faces, those dazed eyes. There in the starless dark, the poise, the hover. There with vast wings across the cancelled skies. There in the sudden blackness, the black hall of nothing. 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 Nothing at all. That's it. Thanks, Alex.
Very cool.
Very cool. Very cool.
Very cool, man. And
So
then
play the track now.
Play the track. Okay. Which one? Cancelled Skies?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Lovely.
Really, really nice. The movement in the kick is like, it puts you into like a trance-like state. It's very like rhythmic and it just, really, really nice. Really good. Really
Thank
good,
you.
Alex.
Thank you.
Excellent. I wish I'd have been able to make it for the live thing. Something came up when I was going to come.
Yeah, I had a gig as well. I was going to head over. It was only half an hour from where I live, so not even 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So
Really,
yeah,
really nice.
like it's not unlikely that we will do it again, because the feedback was so good, and John had the best time ever.
Really?
Yeah. So yeah, but I think like this is going back to like the merging of horror aesthetics and music in a sincere way, in a not tongue-in-cheek, ironic way.
Yeah.
Like this is it. This is what I really like enjoy doing. This is what I enjoy listening to. This is still like listening music, but it's much more like DJ friendly than stuff I did before. But it's still like for me, like a song. So I have. Do you know what synesthesia is?
Yeah.
So I have it, which means that I see sound. Like for me, like when I listen to sound, like any sound, not just music, like any sound for me has an immediate visual, like visual. How can you say, like I basically see sound.
A visual element. You see what you're listening to.
In my mind, in my mind, all sounds has a color and a shape and like a dimension, which means that songs for me are like physical spaces. Like a song, like a song is a room or a house or a space, and which is maybe why my music sounds the way it does, because I like to like have songs that is like this huge space that you can explore with your mind or something like that. I don't know where I'm going with this, but and making music like this, like doomy music, like apocalyptic music, it's and listening to stuff like this, listening to Mark or Miro or definitely stuff by like Frank and Nils or it has this like it's this form of escapism, like going into these physical spaces, and this apocalyptic music is like it's apocalyptic music for apocalyptic times in a way. I do believe that we are currently like living in some form of an apocalypse. Like there is an apocalypse happening around us. Like just yesterday, the most powerful country in the world elected a literal fascist, enthusiastically supported by the tech and social media companies that we've sort of willfully sold our lives and our privacy to. And like one of the first things Trump did was to have the United States exit the Paris Agreement, which was the sort of like the final,
and the World Health Organization as well.
Yeah, leaving the health. Like bring the next pandemic, and definitely like the final nail in the coffin for the 1.5 degrees goal for the climate. But the thing is that it is an apocalypse, but it's not like the end of the universe. It's not even the end of the world. It's maybe just like the end of the last 60 years or so of progress and liberal democracy and wealth and stuff. So Doomcore or apocalyptic fiction or cosmic horror is the fantasy of like this cataclysmic event that erases everything. But that's not the apocalypse that we are being exposed to, because the real life apocalypse is slow and boring and takes a lot of time, and we're like the frog, the frog in the boiling kettle that doesn't realize that it's being boiled alive. But But music like this is like it's the fantasy of everything being erased at the same time, and giving the sensation that like our tiny little rock in space is so insignificant in relation to the cosmos, and our stupid apocalypse here and our stupid suffering doesn't mean anything, and this music is like, for me, it's trying to evoke that feeling that you're not part of anything, you don't mean anything, you're nothing in the vastness of space, and that's not a scary thing, that's a relief. There's a comfort in that, for me at least.
Yeah,
So-
no, I'm an existentialist. I'm with you, brother. Maybe not a nihilist, but you know, I kind of believe there is meaning in stuff. But yeah, if the apocalypse doesn't happen within 2 minutes, I think people will start getting bored, won't they?
Well, they'll stop watching it. Get distracted. So I don't mind.
Yeah, and like for me, I'm fantasizing about this, like meteors hitting the earth, or like how the Hollywood extinction of humanity, where everything is wiped out in one cathartic, dramatic moment. But that's not how it's going to be. Like, things are just going to slowly becoming shittier and shittier, and not even like a nuclear holocaust will, like, most people will survive a nuclear holocaust. We will be stuck with the nuclear fallout and the nuclear winter. That's not, there's no catharsis in that. That just sucks.
Don't worry, Skynet will save us. We're all good. AI is going to save the day. We're good.
Yeah, keep doing the AI artwork, you bastards.
So for the next track, we have the title track from the album, Blind Idiot God. I'm going to let this run in now. Let's go.
Out in the mindless void, the demon bore me. Past the bright clusters of dimension space. Till neither time nor matter stretched before me. But only chaos without form or place.
Awesome. What a great release and a great story as well.
Thank you so much.
Super, really super good.
How did you find working with Gareth on the concepts and stuff? Because he's a lot of fun to kind of bounce. Once you fire something at him, he tends to get very excited and then come up with all sorts of. He's like, yeah, let's build hardcore for people on unicycles and things like that. And the next thing you know, he's trying to like hire a circus or something.
Yeah, I mean, I love Gareth. I love working with Gareth. He's like, he really has the heart in the right place.
Yeah,
and he really loves this culture. And he's been very supportive about this release. And like to be honest, this style isn't really on brand Prospect, or at least not looking back on Prospect's catalog. But he's been very excited about this project, and he's basically said that this sort of like in one way or another reignited some of his passion for like, because he does have had sort of a rough patch lately, and but this is one of the things that has brought his passion back into hardcore and running a label and stuff. So he's been very supportive and very enthusiastic about it.
Yeah, really cool.
Yep. So cool. What's next, Alex? You've done a poetry book and an audio book and a CD. Where are you going next?
Yeah, next up is a radio show with no music and only politics. Especially
with a load of crashes.
Yeah. Yes, only crashes. Yeah.
Crashapella.
Jesus Christ. No, next up is an EP, a collab EP with Miyuki Omura on Madback Records. We've been working on a couple of tracks together. I don't have a release date yet. I think there's one release in between, but it should be out like at least during spring on Madback. Sort of millennium-y tracks, I guess. So that's what's up next, and I'm working on a bunch of stuff alongside that. I have a few remixes done that are waiting for release as well, and yeah, we'll see. But that's what's up next.
Awesome. Well, we'll play that to close the interview as we go into what's hot. We've got a track from that release. Hausu, would you say that? Hausu?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hausu. It means house in Japanese.
Okay.
Hausu.
Right. Great. But it's been really nice talking to you, and it's really nice to understand your journey and trajectory and how you got here. There's a lot that I didn't know about you, honestly. As I said to you, you really came onto my radar like 2022, around that era. So finding out all this stuff and finding out the when you were on Mokum at 15 years old stuff, that's really crazy stuff. And I had absolutely no idea. So what a journey, and what a unique artist you are, Alex. Really, your approach to music is a breath of fresh air, and it's really inspiring. So thank you for coming on and sharing it all with us.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me, guys.
Yeah, it's nice to
have.
It's
been awesome, man.
It's nice to have somebody also who's always in the chat. Finally, to get them on here and know that they're actually into the show as well. So it's nice for us too to bring you on here. So
I know, right? I'll be in the chat next time.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and we'll get Jay Tracid on the show.
Yeah. Finally. Yeah. Okay, but honestly, like there are a few people in the scene that are doing so much, but they don't release stuff. Like, they're not producers, so they never get the credit they deserve, and Jay is definitely one of them.
Yeah. Jay,
and Wen is one as well.
Yeah, Jay's definitely a hard worker, and he's really dedicated, and he does a lot for the show. I mean, he does the production with me for the show. He does all of the editing in the New Bloods. He does all of the SoundCloud and the YouTube uploads, and there's a load of stuff Jay does behind the scenes for Oblivion. I'm very, very thankful for his dedication to what we do. Great guy. Don't cry, Jay. I know you probably getting well enough in front of the screen now. But we will get him on one day, just to see how many people we can offend within an hour. I think it'd be worthwhile.
Hugs and kisses, Jay, even though you support Donald Trump.
So we're going to close the interview section with forthcoming, exclusive, unreleased track. This is Starving Insect and Miyuki Omura with Haisu. Go. Awesome stuff. Really looking forward to hearing the whole release. Really, really wicked. Nice.
And this one is going to be a vinyl release.
Awesome. Yeah, people were asking about that in the chat.
Good.
Excellent. So on to the next section, which is
What's Hot?
What's Hot section. So did you know that the Oblivion show and me and Greg's voice were recently on an album that included Ice-T, DJ
Be
Scratch, Big Daddy Kane, Be Real, there's Kid Capri, Thrasher, there's just list just goes on and on and on. So the recent Mike Redman's recent release called Redrum Relics includes samples from the Oblivion show. I'm going to play a couple of them. This is the intro.
Welcome to the We Know Your Culture Best Hip Hop Museum. Here we keep all confiscated rap relics. Please visit our museum shop for replicas. Prove that you are part of the hip-hop community and get 10% off. This week
Als jij in een paar zinnen moet omschrijven wat de hiphopcultuur in Rotterdam is, wat zeg je dan?
Het is heel moeilijk te omschrijven binnen een aantal zinnen. Maar ik weet dat er weinig media aanwezig is binnen Rotterdam. Dus daardoor komt er ook weinig.
Jullie zitten eigenlijk te ver van Hilversum af en toe, ja?
Andersom.
Hilversum zit te ver. Ja, goed.
Oh.
Hier ook aan de lijn heb ik een Mike Redman. Mike Redman.
Rapper, producer, labelbaas. Het is een cultbaas van Rotterdam tot Tokio.
He speaks Dutch.
I wouldn't know what a Dutch accent sounds like.
Mike Redman, iemand die zo ongelooflijk veel voor hiphop in Nederland heeft betekend, dat ik dat niet eens in woorden kan uiten gewoon. Dit zijn mijn helden.
What up, it's your boy DJ Scratch, Mike Redman, man, you know, he be dropping projects all the time. You never know what to expect from him, Mike.
Yo, what's up? This is Big Daddy Kane, and I would like to congratulate Mike and his label Mokum Records. Much respect.
Mike Redman is the most talented, diverse and unique artist from Rotterdam, period.
Oh, I'm leaving this podcast right now.
Completely shy.
Being discriminated for my musical taste, so fuck the masses, fuck the music industry.
My name is Ice Motherfucking T. Stop the record now. This is not a pop album. And by the way,
come on, please stop it. I appreciate it, but that's enough braggery for now.
So that was one track, and then there's also this one. How did you mature from this kind of young, creative mind into a more professional and adult artist, I guess we would say, in both music and also.
Oh, I didn't.
Yo, what's up, Mike? Underground rap music is much like punk rock. It comes from a hardcore, raw, I don't give a fuck attitude. Most underground rap groups or artists, they don't care if they hit the mainstream, they don't care if they cross over, they don't care if they get a hit. It's about the art and the quality of the art, because you know, in the history of hip-hop music, some of the best songs were not singles and weren't radio hits. They were deep album cuts that resonated with people, and it's pretty much, you know, a culture within itself, you know, because rap music, there's an aspect of it that's really polished and popish and mainstream, and we've seen that, but that's the many faces of hip-hop. But underground is specifically that gritty, grimy, dirty shit.
So yeah, who'd have thought that we'd be sampled on a track with Be Real, Greg?
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
It's fucking crazy.
On a credits list, Ice-T, Like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah.
What a legend
Joey
Mike
T,
is.
Ice-T.
Yeah, and it
Rotterdam.
specifically says Joey T and Dolphin on the Oblivion Underground. But words by Be Real, Joe T, Dolphin on Oblivion. That's fucking crazy shit, man. I couldn't believe it. When he said he's like, I sampled you, and I was like, all right, wicked. And then when it came out, I was like, literally on the track with Be Real, like, wow. Okay, so that album's available for free download, everybody. It's retakes on tracks that he's previously released, and he's edited them together, and etc. etc. So there's a link in the chat. Go and grab that album. It's fucking brilliant.
It is so conceptual that my brain hurts. Are all the tracks are these like interludes or
they were interludes. Yeah, the other
right.
tracks are like there's full tracks in there and stuff, but he's got like skits in between like old school hip hop albums and things like that. So yeah, there's.
But he's got a whole load. I mean, Chuck D's on there, Flav's on there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like so many hip hop legends. It's crazy.
Big up, Mike.
Amazing.
Respect, man. Respect.
Getting to know the right people.
Yeah,
indeed,
exactly.
Indeed. Yeah,
if you saw the show with him, it's incredible. His story's incredible.
I did.
Oof, crazy.
Yeah, hanging out with Robert Englund and things like that. From it's like, what the fuck, man.
He also has a great appreciation for horror fiction.
Indeed,
he does.
Indeed,
exactly. Yeah. All right, I'm going to do a quick run on this. On this New Blood, I'm not going to play. On this What's Hot, I'm not going to play all of the tracks that I have here. I'm going to do as many as I can and go real quick because it's late. First up, E-Dub, Fuck What You Say. Let's go.
What you say? Fuck what you say. Say some shit, let's hear you, fat fuck, what you say? What'd you say? Fuck, what'd you say? What'd you say? What'd you say? What did you just say? Say some shit, let's hear you, fat fuck, what'd you say?
So yeah, E-Dub is back. That's on Motormouth Records. Grab your copy over at Bandcamp. I put a link in the chat. And now I'm going to play something a little bit slower because I seem to have skipped it. This is Autist Acid Samurai. crunchy stuff, some other good tracks on that release. That's on Dark Descent. I put the link in Bandcamp, to Bandcamp in the chat. Next up, we have got Nanostorm, Lights Out. Absolutely sick track by Nanostorm. That is on Broken Strain, which is the hard techno, industrial techno sub-label of the Third Movement. I've put the link in the chat to Bandcamp. Go and check it out. Next up, we've got Tripped, the Night Raver.
The Night Raver. The Night Raver. The Night Raver. The Night Raver strikes again.
This one is actually a free download. If you head over to Bandcamp, there's a link there to get the download for free, or just head straight over to his SoundCloud. It's first in line of free downloadable tracks that are coming out on Madback. Great work as ever, Francis. Next up, we've got an exclusive, unreleased banger from Rabbit. Let's go.
I'll beat you with. You with only one finger. I'll beat you with only one finger.
This is Rabbit making me want to punch my fucking computer screen. This is coming out tomorrow or Friday. I'm not entirely sure what label that's coming out on, but keep an eye on his socials because it's on the way. Next up, one of the remixes
Joe,
of...
stop.
I'm here. Yep, go for it.
Can I say something?
I would love you to say something. Go for it.
So people are talking about the collab between me and Rabbit. We haven't a collab planned. I did make a remix for him last year, but we're doing like a face-to-face DJ set in Lithuania in March together.
Ooh.
Not a back-to-back set, but a face-to-face.
With the two sets of decks facing each other thing.
Yeah, it's really fucking weird. But we're having each of us will have our own set of CDJs and our own mixer. Not sure how that will work out, but
you'll be able to. I think when those setups they use the new Pioneers with the big screens, and you can see the waveforms from the other decks all at the same time, and it's like a lot easier to work out what the fuck's going on. So you don't have to necessarily do everything completely by ear, but it's a cool concept though. Fucking nice.
think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, really. And you going to be working on another track together? Did you say?
No, I said we haven't made any collabs. I didn't make a remix for him last year, but we hang out backstage. Who knows what happens?
Yeah, exactly right. Anything can happen backstage.
Anything can happen backstage.
And I'm glad you spoke up, because the difference in sound loudness between that one and this one is significant, but it's going to follow it. So this is Jones and Stevenson, the first Rebirth Mad Dog remix. Really nice remix from Mad Dog. Really respected the original there. I spoke to Frankie Jones today to have permission to play this. He said the remix is coming out on the 30th of January. The vinyl is a special series with digital releases with remixes from classic tracks. First one is the first Rebirth, and coming later are tracks from Promo, Dano, etc. So yeah, that's coming out real soon. Next up, we've got another exclusive. This is Anorak Mercap Dolphin remix. realised I'm supposed to have been talking over this a bit. Yeah, I probably played a little bit too much of that. I was supposed to talk over it a bit,
fine,
yeah?
It's out in a few weeks anyway, I think.
Okay, give it another bit more then. So Greg, tell us about this one.
So it's coming out on Grey Matter. The original EP was on John Anorak's Formula EP from last year, I think. What he told me was so John Machine Boy reached out and asked me if I wanted to do a remix. What I found out was that the remix plan came from the EP from a guy that John knew very well, and I think a friend of Mike Technoist as well. I think a guy called Rich Dephased. Yeah. And he started doing the first remix, and then they asked a few other people. So me, Mike Technoist, Ash Scheme Boy, a lot of the kind of Grey Meta. Jacob is doing a mix, and I think a few other people. So and then it all kind of came together, and they had most of the remixes. But in the time between starting the remix project and finishing it, Rich very sadly passed away from cancer. So he was the one that they really wanted on the remix project, and he passed away. And then I think John knew someone who could get hold of the computer that the Rich had, and he had finished the remix, and they managed to get hold of the track. It's going to be on the EP, which is very beautiful thing, and any royalties are going to go to Rich's kids and stuff as well, which I think is a very, very, very wonderful thing that they're doing as well. So it's very sad but very awesome that they managed to get that together, and they got the track that Richard finished just before he passed away and didn't pass on. So really, really cool. I'm really proud to be a part of this. I love working with the Grey Meta guys, and they're doing great things over there.
Yeah, indeed.
So and I love John's tracks. I love John Anorak's tracks, man. He did some real kind of super choppy editing, square pusher, great beat, acid, fun, and very very creative, a lot of fun. It was a great track to remix. Everyone's done different styles. I was listening through them this afternoon. Ash Scheme Boy's done a wild breakcore thing with more chops than your local butcher. I mean, it's intense. Like Mike Techno's done a kind of really nice techno mix. There's some really, really great remixes on there. So I think they're going to release it in parts or something. They're going to release it over the next month or so, something like that. But if you check the Grey Meta Bandcamp, I'm sure you'll see what's going on. But big ups to all those crew, and great remix project.
So maybe I didn't understand. What is Anorak the guy who passed away?
No. He's the original artist that did the Formula EP that we're all remixing tracks from. The guy that died was very close with John, as far as I understand it. Kind of, he really took kind of John under his wing and showed him like the kind of how to produce and how to make tracks and stuff like that.
He was a big name in the Bristol breakcore and IDM scene in the early 2000s through to the 2010s. I think, and beyond. I certainly, that's where I know the name from. My friend Dave Gibson, he used to run nights called Plummet, and that was one of his residents there in Bristol. So really, really talented guy, and always somebody that was trying to help other people, encourage and foster new talent, etc. So sad loss, but it's a nice story at the same time. So big up to those guys. I've put a link to the Grey Meta Bandcamp in the chat. Just go and follow their networks, man. They do really cool stuff of all genres. Big up to you guys. Respect.
Yep.
Okay, next up we have got... And a great remix, by the way, Greg. We kind of glossed over that a little bit. Really fucking nice.
I just
amazing production. I don't know the original, but this production is top notch.
Thank you, Alex.
Per usual.
Cheers. I just wanted to do it. It was a jungle mashup, UK hardcore breaks, and just everything in the kitchen sink. And there was so much great original material to work with as well. So many really nice breaks and different kind of nice sounds to play around with. So it made it a lot of fun. So yeah, cool. Thanks, guys.
Okay, next up, Rage Hardcore and Mikos with Bondem. Let's go. Really cool stuff. Nice one, Mikis. Nice one, Ben. Great to see you getting your names about and getting the recognition you deserve. Fucking huge track. Big up. Last up on the What's Hot, we've got another unreleased exclusive track. This is forthcoming on Hong Kong Violence this Friday. Drox with Don't Care. Let's go.
and we don't care. We don't care.
Okay, I'm only allowed to play 1 minute 30 of that track, so there we go. Another banger from Drox out on Hong Kong Violence on Friday. A dedication to the Chang brothers. Drox is back with a powerful new EP on Hong Kong Violence, dedicated to the iconic Chang brothers, rave scene legends known for their no-nonsense attitude and raw energy. The release captures the essence of their unapologetic style, rough, raw, unpolished, and straight in your face. Each track channels the pure, untamed spirit of hardcore, delivering a tribute that hits hard and stays true to the underground. Release 25th of January, so that's this Friday, gang. Boom.
It's all happening.
It's all happening. Industrial and underground hardcore is back. Right?
It is?
Right? Yeah.
Has it gone?
What?
Where did it go?
No,
Are you talking to us?
Around. No, I'm just throwing statements out in the air. It appears so, though. There's some cool events being announced, which is good.
Stefan in Vitral said it was back.
He
So
did. And yeah.
Starting when?
When his Thunderdome set was.
Oh, that's when it came back.
Yeah.
No, I think there was also the Third Movement put a statement out the other day saying industrial hardcore is back, which caused everybody to be like, "Oh, it's always been here." But I know why, because today they announced the Heresy Party, and it's obviously going to be a big one. So that's good, though. Super good for the scene. I'm glad Heresy's back. If you didn't see that already, check out the socials. I think it's the 5th of May, the 3rd of May, something like that from memory.
Okay.
But no doubt Davey's going to... Yeah, the 3rd of May, no doubt Davey's going to pull out all the stops for that.
Awesome.
But honestly, the future is looking quite positive. I know that bookings aren't coming fast and ready for industrial artists at the moment. But I think the future's looking good still. I can't help but think that it's a short-term thing.
I agree, and I think there's less whining than what it used to be like a year or 2 years ago. People are whining less about social media and TikTok, techno, whatever. Just like, let's just keep doing our thing.
Yeah.
It will.
That's
it will pay
all
out
we've
in
ever
the
done,
long
right?
run. Yeah.
Still sat here like fucking about doing all this shit. Yeah, but it's great. Really great. Okay, that was the end of the
What's hot?
What's hot?
Couple of questions and then we're going to close off. Greg's got an early meeting and I've got to be in Brussels at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. Any questions for Mr. Starving Insect or Greg or maybe even me? Maybe you could want to ask questions about my recent inclusion on a superb hip-hop album with some really big names. But just don't ask me about royalties because I'm not getting fuck all for that. Starving Insect, if you are hungry, why don't you eat something? Yeah, this is the bit where you probably need to be quiet, Jay. Here we go.
What gigs you got coming up, Alex? What's coming up next?
Up next is the new MILLENIUM in Rotterdam.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yep.
And after that is the Lithuania face-to-face with Rabbit. And after there are more things, but nothing publicly announced yet. But I'm getting a few gigs here and there, and I'm happy about it.
Cool. All right. Let us know when next time you're over this side of the continent.
Well, that would be Rotterdam.
Or it would indeed, yes.
Which continent? Where are you? I'm
yes, I guess so. Yeah, Rotterdam. Rotterdam would be that one. Yes.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
See you later, Mikas. Thanks for popping in, mate. John Machine Boy is in the chat. Just really enjoyed learning about Starving Insects' background and approach. So many sick tracks. Nice one for the release. Shout out anytime, brother. We love you. You know that.
Yeah.
Big up, bro.
Much love.
Big up to all of you lot. Okay, there is some good questions here. Let me just dig them out. Oh, here we go. How did the Synapscape remix come to be?
Because they did a remix for me for the release on Zur for a track called Hate and Exterminate, and they remixed it because Maurice of the Relic, he knows them personally, I think, so he reached out to them, and it's really cool because like they are from the power noise scene, not the hardcore scene, and they made a really cool remix. So I think it's just Maurice knows them personally.
Yeah, for sure. What else have we got here? Can you recommend any dark ambient artists or albums?
So the starting point for that would definitely be Lustmord, Brian Lustmord. He's one of the founders of the genre. And my favorite album of Lustmord would be either one called Heresy or I forgot the name of the album. Never mind. But yeah, Lustmord definitely a good place to start. And there's also a label called Cryo Chamber that does a lot of really high quality dark ambient releases. I think they have, there's been sort of a renaissance for dark ambient music because it's so suitable for background listening, which means it's really popular on YouTube. Like people use it for sleeping and stuff. But yeah, Cryo Chamber has a lot of good releases as well.
Awesome. Okay, next question. A sample for question for Starving Insect. If there's any more sample sources for And Hell Followed that you remember and would like to reveal, then I would like to know them.
All of them. Yeah. Okay. So the vocal samples are from the Western movie Tombstone from '94, I think, and the choir sample, like these monk gothic choirs in the break. That's from a gothic metal band. I can't remember the name. The track is called Wormwood, but I can't remember the name of the band. And in the intro of And Hell Followed, there's like a Latin chanting, and that was from a Half-Life mod called, I can't remember the name. It was like a vampires versus vampire killers multiplayer mod for Half-Life that had that vocal sample.
Awesome. Next question. You had a Canada tour a few years ago that unfortunately you had to pull out of. Is there any hint of any kind of worldwide tour again?
Oh yeah, that was an unfortunate trip. I went there and went out into, like, before the gig, I was going to play in Montreal and in Toronto, but before the gigs, me and my girlfriend, we rented a car and went out like far into the wilderness of Ontario, and like in the middle of nowhere, I got COVID.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, and turns out like Canada still had super strict regulations when you got COVID. So we broke a whole bunch of Maybe I shouldn't say this.
He's not going on tour again after all.
You worked around it.
It worked out in the end. But yeah, I've been like, I want to go back there. Hopefully I can. Tell them to book me again. I'll be wearing a face mask this time.
Arrive in a tub of like hand sanitizer.
Yeah.
Jeez. Okay. Next up. Sakedos Vigilia wants to know if you can give some insights into the equipment behind you and what you use it for.
Okay. All right.
And we're live on TikTok.
This is the Alpha Juno, which I use for everything. This is the best synthesizer in the world ever made. This is my most recent synthesizer. This is the Roland System 8. It's basically got a built-in, like pretty much perfect emulation of the Jupiter 8 and the Juno 106, Juno 60, SH 101. But what I like about this one is the built-in synth engine, which is like really cool. The good thing about this is a very digital sounding synthesizer, but like all the knobs and controls are very accessible on this one. Everything is right in front of you, so it's a really easy to use synthesizer.
Everyone loves an accessible knob, right? Contain yourself. Think of broke Alex.
Anyway, this is the Korg Poly 6. This is my oldest synthesizer, analog classic. A bunch of synthesizers up here, and what's there? And back here is the it's a Roland W30 sampler. No, this is the sampler. This is an Ensoniq ESQ1 crunchy 80s digital synthesizer. Up there you can't really see it, but I have the I'm really tired now. 1080, the Roland 1080, the Super Saw synthesizer. Korg MS20, the Virus, the drums, the Mackie. Yeah.
Awesome.
Beautiful.
What a collection.
Full tour.
Okay, last question. I'm going to find the last good one, and then we're going to jump out of here. I can't see anything. As an outsider to the scene and never going to parties, as a passenger, what's your view of the current scene?
You're asking me this when you want to go to bed?
In 2 words.
in 2 words. Yeah, okay, in 2 words. Stop whining.
Okay, perfect.
No, but like I understand that people who have been for many years could rely on their music career to put food on the table, and then suddenly things change in the scene and you no longer get booked the way you used to. I understand that is frustrating, and that is like that's a problem. But it is what it is, and I think the good thing about the state we're in now is that the people who are still around are the ones who keeps doing it for the love of the music, for the love of the culture. Mm-hmm. It's like when hardcore died in the year 2000. Like those who stuck around were the ones who really had the passion for it and kept doing it, even though they had to get a day job. Meanwhile, and yeah, and for me personally, I've never ever like made any money off this. I've never had the ambition to make money off this. So, and I never want to, because I don't want to rely on like how to run Starving Insect as a business and trying to figure out how to make money off it, because that would like that would impede on my creativity, I think. So yeah, maybe it's for the best that people no longer can make a full living of industrial hardcore or difficult hardcore. Maybe.
Yeah, it's a good point about saying people who hung around are the ones that really care. Kind of makes sense, right? Yeah. Okay, well, that was a good closing note. It's been a great show.
Indeed.
Thank you so much for joining us, Alex. You've been a great guest. I hope you enjoyed yourself here.
I did. Thank you so much. And sorry for keeping you up all night.
Oh, God, no. We've been way worse than this, but it just so happens that we've got things in the morning. Yeah.
But you're older now.
Yeah,
Greg is.
I'm not getting any younger.
I am. But yeah, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Greg, for being an amazing co-host as ever.
Pleasure, always.
Thanks everyone in the chat for
exactly.
Around.
Thanks to everyone in the chat for hanging around. We've still got 50 people chilling, enjoying themselves.
Wow.
I hope you had a nice time. Don't forget to check out the socials in the coming days for announcements and for the track listing for tonight and all of the good stuff, the chapters and all of that stuff that will come out. It will also be uploaded to SoundCloud. We'll see you next on the 20th of February for Unexist and Yapo. In the meantime, wish everybody a good evening and stay safe. Greg, you've picked the something different to close the show on. Do you want to introduce that?
Yeah, we're going to roll out with, it was released on Analogical Force, one of my favourite electronic labels at the end of last year. And it's a guy called Johnny Moy, and Supermassive, I think, is the EP. Is really nice. All the Analogical Force stuff is lovely, worth a listen. But yeah, this is quite nice. Thought we'd roll out with this one. Thanks, everyone.
Guys. Peace out,
Always
everybody.
a pleasure.
Ciao.
Play, Joe. Almost.
Wait a minute. That's not supposed to happen. We need to do a thumbnail. We need a thumbnail, and then I'm gonna fix that problem that nobody just saw happen. We need a thumbnail for the thing. So do the smiley face. Brilliant. Perfect. There we go. And I'm gonna unfuck this up a second. Boom. Let's go.
Awesome.
Cheers, guys. Take care. Bye bye.
See you later.